A very good morning, dear audience. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome everyone for a brand new day, expectant with new possibilities and lots of enriching and meaningful sessions for the schools of tomorrow. Let us resume the 48th NPSC Annual Conference 2021, celebrating the themes of reading the past and writing the future of school education. I would now invite Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, for a formal welcome and commence with today's sessions, please.
Thank you, Monica. And a very, very warm welcome. Welcome back to the second day of virtual conference of the NPSC. Dear audience, I'm sure yesterday's experience left you spellbound. We had the virtual reality thrown in with a little bit of AI as you entered the convention hall. I'm sure you saw the lobby too, and you could experience the stalls that we had placed and the exhibitions of the achievements of our schools. So it's a proud moment and a great opportunity for us to organize this event in such a wonderful, novel way. I'm so glad. The feedback that we got was very, very encouraging. And I'm so glad that we could actually facilitate this for you. Organization of the conference is a journey. And it's a journey of a couple of months. And since many of you who joined us are teachers from member schools, it's important that we tell you how the executive works to get this organized for you every year. And this is the second year that I'm organizing this conference, and it's a great privilege. It's a journey of collaboration, great teamwork, and the conference that you see is finally the culmination of all the hard work that we put in. I must tell you that the executive committee and the core committee comes together as a team and gets things together, and the things that get done is what you finally see. The virtual conference had its own challenges, and this year particularly, when we organized it for the first time, we had to do a lot of learning ourselves. But we managed to leverage technology to our advantage. This year, as you saw, the list of speakers that we had managed to put together for you, we could tap into a gold mine. We tapped into the gold mine of the GELP, which is the Global Education Leadership Partnership, Leaders Partnership, and the Asia Education Foundation. Yesterday, you met a lot of speakers, renowned speakers from that organization. Dr. Amita Mulavatal, who's also an internationally renowned speaker and a GELP member, helped us to network with all those speakers, and all of them kindly consented to be a part of this wonderful conference. Yesterday's sessions were very, very engaging, and we spent 1 hour extra over and above the time that we had marked out for ourselves. But each one of those speakers that you heard is of international repute and an authority in himself or herself. I must also inform you that Professor Charles Fidel from the MIT couldn't join us live, but he's been with us, which I would be sharing subsequently with you as we send the presentations to you. Am I audible? I thought I lost a little bit of connectivity. I would also like to make some special mentions in case you missed those special moments of yesterday. We had that wonderful inauguration where we recognized the efforts of our executive members. You saw the release of the UN NPSC calendar. I must tell you, our joint secretary, Mrs. Aditi Misra, and our executive member, Sharmila, put that together for you. Copies of that magazine that calendar would reach you in your schools. We also strengthened our partnership with the calendar, which is the art integrated calendar, which we bring out every year with the UN. I also wanted to inform you about the highlights of the NPSC that we witnessed in an excellent presentation given by the secretary, Dr. Sudha Acharya. The anthology of the achievements of the school were put together by the Joint Secretary and the Treasurer, Joint Secretary, Mrs. Asha Prabhakar, and the Treasurer, Mrs. Meenakshi Kushwa. And you could spot those wonderful videos in the lobby area as you join in. Must also tell you that Dr. Anju Tandon, who's the Vice Chair of the NPSC, current office bearers, managed to network with our partner schools and organize that session number 9 for us, which we are eagerly awaiting. Must acknowledge the support, the unstinted support that we receive and the blessings that we receive from our ex-chairs, honorary members, and the life members. And as a body, we forge ahead with great determination, creating new milestones for ourselves, new goals for ourselves. Every year, the benchmark is set higher, and it's a great challenge for every new chairperson to meet the benchmark set by the seniors. So I would like to express my gratitude for all the effort that the entire team has made, and I would like to inform you about those collaborations and the teamwork which we put together for you and brought this conference for you together with all of us together. So without much ado, let me hand over the day's proceedings to Monica to introduce you to the new session. There is something special awaiting you in the valedictory session, a wonderful haiku collection where so many of you participated, submitted your entries. So we put it together in a beautiful book, the haiku collection, which would be released in the valedictory session. So do not miss any of the sessions. Be there with us, and we promise to keep time today. You would get your tea break and the lunch break. So let me hand over to Monica with these words, and thank you so much once again for joining in such full strength. Again, I see the number and the membership going straight up to 2,500. Very, very grateful for this engagement with you and a great opportunity to connect with you virtually. Thank you. Monica?
Thank you, ma'am, for recapitulating day one so lucidly and putting on record and recognizing the contributions of all the office members. I'm sure we'll continue to, present this collaborative teamwork even in the second day in all our sessions. Thank you, ma'am. In Finland, the tagline for school education is "Less is more." It is this play and discovery-based learning that the NEP has visualized, hoping to fill learning gaps. As they say, there are no learning gaps in children, only opportunity gaps. It is our job to close the opportunity gaps. So with this belief and resolve, let us begin the first session of the day titled Closing the Gap, Evidence-Based Learning at the Foundational Level. Let me welcome the very illustrious panelists of this session. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. Vinita Kaul, who is Professor and Director of School of Education Studies and Founder Director of Center for Early Childhood Education and Development at the Ambedkar University. Joining her is Ms. Rashmi Misra, an outstanding social leader and visionary. She is the founder of Vidya, Integrated Development for Youth and Adults, through which she has served India for over 34 years. Mrs. Sadhna Bhalla, Principal Meera Model School, New Delhi, has graciously accepted to be the moderator for this session. Brother Thampi Alex, Principal Montfort School, New Delhi, has kindly consented to be the rapporteur for the session. So let me request Mrs. Sadhna Bhalla to please begin with the first session of the day.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Mrs. Narayanan, and a warm welcome to very eminent speakers. We're waiting to, I'm sure everybody's waiting to hear you, but I would just like to start by sharing a reflection by a teacher. So a teacher writes in her essay, anyone who has traveled on the London subway or tube as it is known since the 1960s must have heard the caution to mind the gap. An automatic message to warn passengers to step clear of the gap between the train door and the station platform as they leave the train. I often think of this phrase in association with my teaching. Year after year, I excitedly get into the rigor of welcoming yet another batch of bubbly students to teach, with curriculum, timetable, planning all in place, yet oblivious of their learning pace or their skills, ill-prepared for the diversities which they may or may not have, or absolutely, I am unaware of the knowledge and cognitive abilities of my learners, and still I immerse myself, maybe also falling prey, or rather perpetuating the widening of this gap that may exist or may not exist in our classrooms. This indeed is a gap that must be minded. Like the London Tube, this gap can be very, very treacherous, for we enter dangerous territory in basing our teaching merely on assumptions of their existing knowledge. In other words, we can mind the gap, but how do we get across it safely and effectively in the classroom? This is a voice of a teacher, and all of us have been teachers at some point or the other. I today have the privilege of bringing two speakers, one who brings a huge body of research, where she's taken up issues of parental involvement, of the needs of the children, and the cognitive skills and the entire system, and has been talking about foundational skills much before the NEP brought it into sharp focus. And then we have practice, both ends of the same spectrum, one trying to bring in social change, the other trying to bring into focus that let's get the education right for the toddlers. Without much ado, I would request Dr. Kaul to address us and share with us her research and what her findings are, and navigate through these waters of how are we going to deal with foundation. It's actually suddenly seems like a new concept to all of us. It was always there, but it was never a focus. So what is the quality and curriculum that we need to bring to our children? And the worry is that the gaps reveal themselves much later in the ladder. So how do we address the children at the foundational level to ensure that gaps do not get perpetuated? Yes, they are coming from diverse backgrounds. They have different learning, cognitive skills, paces are different. But what is the role of the teacher and what is the role of the parent, and how do we actually synchronize ourselves with this new look? Because when we are talking about gaps, it's not just the gaps at the entrant level. There are gaps which keep emerging at various levels. So we're waiting to hear from you, Dr. Kaul, on what strategies would you recommend to us on how do we close this gap with evidence, without evidence, because even the assessment patterns are very, very warped because we don't know whether we are getting into formative or whether we have to, what kind of testing do we do for children who come into our schools. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bhalla. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
And good morning to everybody. who's there. I'm very happy to be on the panel with Mrs. Rashmi Mishra, which suddenly I've recalled that, yes, we had a very long association, long time back. And such a pleasure to see you again. I would just begin by, and I would also like to thank the NPSC for giving me the honor of coming and speaking at this conference. I recall almost 20, 25 years back, I had the opportunity of speaking at the NPSC conference. And now this is a kind of a second opportunity. And it's really wonderful to be with so many people who are struggling with education of children in the country. I would request the presentation to be put on, please, if that's possible. Yeah. So, so essentially what I would be doing in this presentation is talking about what I was asked to do, closing the gap. It was so beautifully introduced just now by Mrs. Monica and Mrs. Adda Bhalla about how it is so important to begin in time and begin in an opportune way to be able to ensure that there are no gaps, because later it becomes too difficult to handle them. So next, please. Fortunately, at this time, we have the National Education Policy 2020, which has come in, which has really given a lot of emphasis to this stage, the earlier stage of education. And what I would do in my presentation is to help you understand where this recommendation is coming from. The recommendation that there needs to be a foundational stage which needs to be given a lot of importance. Years back, when I was talking about when I had the opportunity to speak at the NPSC conference, almost in the 1990s, late 1990s, there had been this concern that we had a conference at NCERT where I used to be there earlier. At that time, the principals had said that in our focus is always on the board examinations, is also always on the 10th and 12th exams. And when I had presented some data to them at that time with the kind of research that I was doing at that time, they said we had never thought that we should also look at the preschool stage, because we thought preschool is left to बच्चे हैं खेलते हैं खेलते कूदते पढ़ लेते हैं, but the important thing is the board exams. But after the presentation, I recall the saying that we realized that if we don't start right, we don't end up right, because that is the what children do in the board exams is very, very closely linked with what they are doing in the preschool. And so that stayed with me. And further from there, we have done some further research at the Center for Early Childhood Education Development at Ambedkar University, along with in collaboration with the Asar Center. So I will be presenting to you some of that evidence, which has actually, in a way, contributed to this with the National Education Policy. So I will talk about the why and what of it. I also go a little into this whole kind of misunderstandings about what is foundational learning and what is foundational literacy and numeracy, because somewhere we tend to get confused about this and end up with priorities for action in schools. What I would suggest, what I could think would be important. If you could move on, please, next. Here, we are all familiar with this, I'm sure, because the policy has been very widely publicized and everybody has had, I'm sure, an opportunity to read the document. This document is, diagram is very much from the policy. So as you can see, that what is the significant change that has been there, the most significant change people say in the policy has been that there has been this kind of the 10+2 we were very familiar with. All these years we were talking about the 10+2 system, but there was no foundational stage there. It was a blank. So the school education, of course, all the NPSC schools, as well as all the private schools for that matter, start from preschool. I would imagine they start from preschool. I don't have the data. But so far as the government's perception or conceptualization of school education was concerned, it started only from class 1. from age of 6 years. So even if you see the right to education legislation, it was from 6 to 14, not from 3 to 14. So earlier there was no foundation emphasis on the foundational stage because the school education started here. And now this whole brick has been added on, which is a very solid, which can, and we need to make it a very solid brick on, or solid foundation on which the pillar of education can rest now. And this pillar is, this brick is for 5 years. So 3 years of preschool, that means from 3 to 6, and then additional 2 years from the class 1 and 2, together to form what would be called the early years education, which would be the foundational stage for the rest of the school system. What the policy is talked about is 3 to 5 years of preschool and 1 year of Bal Vatika. The Bal Vatika is like what you would call a kindergarten class. And the reason for that separation, I think, may not be very relevant for the schools in the preschools, sorry, the NPSC schools, because it is more for the government school system where there is no preschool attached to primary schools in most cases. And therefore, now the commitment is to start at least 1 year of preschool, and that would be the Bal Vatika. But in the case of the private schools, I think the continuum is already there, and that needs to be addressed all the way from 3 to 8 years. Next, please. So why the foundational stage? Why this emphasis has suddenly come into the policy? If you could read the policy, there is the mention of the learning crisis in India today. It's a continuing and persisting crisis, which is very worrisome, because children are moving up the school ladder without adequate learning. Now, when we look at the ASAR surveys and the NCERT surveys, and I'm sure many of you would say that this is not applicable to our schools, but we find that children are progressing into the higher grades without even knowing the basics of reading, writing, and mathematics, even in the primary schools, because of various reasons which I will not get into. But I would like to tell you that there have also been surveys of the high-end private schools which have found that children are learning to read. In the case of the large government school system, children are not even learning to read. But in the case of the private schools, I'm sure, there are surveys which have shown that children are learning to read, but are very low on levels of comprehension. And as a result, they have inadequate skills of understanding what they're reading. And so there's a tendency to fall back upon rote memorization. This you would see a lot of emphasis on rote memorization happening across schools, which has been seen by surveys after surveys. And as a result, when there are any kind of problems that are posed before children which require higher order thinking, there is a tendency for children to not be able to cope with them. So especially when in our own research, what we have found is that children at 5+ were not demonstrating that, despite having been to preschool classes, were not demonstrating the cognitive and language foundational skills required for school learning. So why is this happening? This is speculation. Next, please. Looking at what is happening in schools, and I'm not talking about a particular school or all schools, but I'm talking about generally, that the world is fast changing, but our classroom practices continue to remain static in many cases. What is a requirement in the 21st century? If you see in the 21st century today, classes are much more diverse in terms of the children who are coming into the school system from different contexts, particularly not only from the point of view of culturally or in terms of language or in terms of cognitive abilities, but also in terms of socioeconomic abilities, because more and more children are coming in from families which are not necessarily equipped to handle what we call English medium education. And yet we continue with our English medium education and the emphasis on English, whereas they don't have the backup at home. And as a result, there's a lot of tendency to fall back because children are not comprehending adequately. They are not very well familiar with the language. There is a tendency to fall back upon rote memorization and to give all the right answers, which teachers are also sometimes very happy with. We've since morning, since the beginning of this conference today, we've talked about how technology has really taken over and it has enabled us to be able to speak to each other sitting in our homes. Now all the information is on the net, and yet we cannot keep on emphasizing on the need to memorize facts. And therefore, somewhere there is a need to shift from a teacher's role from that of a teacher or a didactic teacher to one who is a facilitator, who would be able to place emphasis on children's learning, children's self-learning and development of skills, rather than just memorizing of facts. So the cramming is still continuing as our core mode of learning, teaching, assessment even. And we don't find that change so much in the classrooms. Now, again, as I'm saying, this is only on an average, but it's saying, because there may be schools that are doing brilliant work. What is a requirement as a result of what is happening today is, so this is the so-called experts who talk about it, that the requirements, if you see in terms of careers in the future, are going to be very different. We are going to have, and already we are seeing the difference, that what was the standard aspirations for becoming doctors, accountants, or chartered accountants, or engineers, is now moving into much more creative dimensions of where children will be required to have very different kind of skills, and maybe they will not necessarily be required to have one set of education, but they will have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And in that process, what they would require are skills of creativity, critical thinking, communication, cooperation, compassion. I'm sure all of us know that, which are the 5 C's that are being portrayed as absolutely essential for children to move forward and prepare for the 21st century. And that requires a change in pedagogy. We cannot expect them to have these skills unless we help them promote these skills or nurture these skills in children. And that's where play and discovery-based learning right from the beginning becomes very, very important. But what we see in schools is the conventional learning of, I'm talking more at the preschool level or the early grades, the conventional learning of alphabet and number skills is privileged over the 5 C's. There is not enough opportunity for children to develop these. And then what is the new thinking in terms of reading and writing? The child comes into a school system, into a classroom, and we start with A, B, C, D, the first day of the class. That is what we start doing with the alphabet. Whereas it is the new thinking is that children need to make meaning of what they are learning. They have to have relevance. What does A mean for a child? The child has no concept. So somewhere making the whole process of learning, whether it's teaching children to learn to read and write, or to do mathematics, or even to learn to be. Children need to be in an environment which is relevant to them, which is meaningful for them. And therefore the pedagogy and teaching learning needs to change according to that. Next, please. So what is the evidence showing? That is the point, what I was asked to talk about. We did a study in Ambedkar University, Delhi, from 2011 to 2017, which was a longitudinal research where we followed up 14,000 children across 3 states of India. When we identified them and they were 4 years old, and every year we followed them for 5 years, just to see where they were, what were they doing, what kind of education they were getting, the quality of education, and then we saw how they were progressing in the 5 years that we tracked them. What we found in that was that children and we had some instruments, so we had a school readiness instrument for children at age 5+, because the majority of the states had 5+ as their entry age for class 1. So we wanted to know that children, are they going to a preschool or not? And if they are going, how are they faring on a school readiness instrument, which was largely a cognitive readiness instrument. And what we found was that children who were at age 5 doing very well in this instrument or the cognitive readiness instrument continued to retain that advantage right through even up till age 8. Whereas those who had not been doing so well continue. So the gap, as we were talking about the gap continued to be there. Although somewhat it got reduced, but it was significantly continued in the 5 years that we tracked them. So what this was controlling for family factors, because sometimes family background comes into the research equation, and then that of course, contaminates the data. But here we controlled for the family variables, and we found that despite that, no matter what the family situation economically or educationally, children who were better at 5+ did very well at age 8, especially in language and maths. We followed them. Next, please. But when we looked at the 14,000 sample of children as a whole, we found that despite the fact that 80% of these children were going to a preschool from age 3 onwards, we found that their readiness levels, the cognitive readiness levels, were very low. They had not even reached the 50% of what they should have been able to do. So that was something that was very worrisome. Next, please. When we wondered why this was happening, when we looked at the quality scores, because we also had a quality assessment scale where we actually observed classrooms for a whole day across the 3 states, wherever these 40,000 kids were going. What did we find? What we found there was that the whole emphasis was on formal teaching of the 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic, as I was saying, beginning with the alphabet and ending with the alphabet. So that was the emphasis, particularly in the private schools. We had the private schools, we had government schools, government preschools, Anganwadis. And because what we were doing was we were following children wherever they were going. And we found that there was what we call developmentally appropriate or play-based or discovery-based learning, which comes from activities like rhymes, songs, free and guided conversation, storytelling, and other cognitive and language games and so on. All that was very much less, especially if you see play, free play and activity corners, which is something so critical. You talked about Finland. There's a lot of emphasis in all these countries which have done very well in PISA on free play at the preschool level. And you see how much of that was there. This was barely there at all, you know. So the whole emphasis was on teaching of reading, writing, and arithmetic. And no wonder then we found that there was this kind of a gap in cognitive readiness. Next, please. So essentially from our research, what were the 4 major things that we found, which has kind of contributed to this recommendation of the foundational stage? What we found was that participation in play and activity-based classroom environment and continuity along the early learning continuum up to grade 2 matters. So if children, wherever, in whichever schools, children had been given that kind of a play and discovery-based pedagogy and a very congenial classroom environment, and this had continued all the way up to grade 2, the same kind of environment, their children did extremely well in their school readiness and later on in their primary grades, again controlling for family factors. So preschool quality in curriculum had a very positive impact on cognitive and language readiness of children. And what we found was with emphasis today when we see there is a downward extension of the primary curriculum in the preschools, whereas what is required is to reverse the process and make it more upward. And therefore, wherever there was consistent and seamless curriculum from the preschool to classes 1 and 2, so that there was a continuity, but also there was a consistency in terms of pedagogy and learning environment, and the play and discovery-based education was continuing, we found the best results. And therefore, the recommendation for the foundational stage to be stretched up to class 2. What was the kind of curriculum that really mattered? What we found was it was play, activity-based, language development, conceptual understanding. All these were given a lot of emphasis. The teacher we found to be a very significant factor. A democratic teacher with a lot of interactive teacher with children was really the most potentially most important resource for the children. And significantly, and also very a matter of concern, that as I showed you in the previous slide, that what was happening across the schools was a lot of formal teaching happening at the preschool stage. What we found was that wherever formal teaching was happening, it was negatively associated with cognitive readiness. And therefore you see that result that I was talking about, that children who are exposed to more of formal teaching from the teachers in terms of the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, that has a reverse impact on their readiness for school education. Next, please. Why does this happen? Why is this emphasis so important on the early years? I'd just like to go not to our research, but this is a neuroscience research that has been there and which has really given the rationale for this whole understanding, is that, as we all know, that the brain growth happens at a very, very rapid rate in the earliest years of life, particularly in the first 2 years of life. It is absolutely almost vertical. And then it tends to gradually plateau. And by the age of 6 years, you find that there is a kind of a further plateauing. So the first 6 years of life are the most critical and most important. This is research which is shown internationally, which we've not done in India, but internationally it has shown that children, the kind of experiences they get in the preschools actually have been found to have made a difference in terms of how they have functioned as adults later in life, in terms of their prosperity, in terms of their careers, in terms of their success rates. And so it's not only that immediate impact, but it is also the long-term impact that is very critical. And therefore, it has been found that it is it's a very important and very productive investment to make in early childhood education, because we are investing for life. So why does this happen? There are three or four points to be made here. One, of course, is that we must acknowledge that learning begins at birth. So if what is happening in the board examinations is very much determined by what happens right from birth onwards with the child, because learning is a very continuous and cumulative process. So when you're saying the gaps are not only, Mrs. Bhalla said that the gaps are there at the earlier levels, preschools, but they also continue to be there. They will not only continue, that the broomstick effect happens, that they become even further, what we call a cumulative deficit occurs, because they become even wider. So somewhere, if we don't nip it in the bud, later it will become very difficult. So the criticality of it is also because there are certain, this period is a period of a very sensitive period, when certain vision, hearing, and language and cognitive concepts are being developed in children at this stage. And what is needed for that stage is for those concepts, those skills, those abilities to be nurtured in children, not to start teaching them, but to enable them to learn, to develop these skills, this foundation, through the play and discovery based approach or pedagogy, so that this will give them the necessary foundation for later school education. Next, please. So what is the difference when I'm saying that this is what is needed? This is what I would refer to as foundational learning versus foundational literacy and numeracy. Because with foundational, the ministry has also come up with this, they're talking about a mission for foundational literacy and numeracy. Literacy and numeracy is a very narrow concept of education. Foundational learning is a much wider concept, but not only wider, but a deeper concept, because there is an emphasis on certain basic pre-academic skills and concepts which need to be nurtured in the preschools, which we have seen have had in our research, have had an impact on their later learning. So pre-academic skills such as pre-number concepts, sensory, if you're talking about numeracy, there are certain pre-number concepts, pre-academic concepts like pre-number concepts, vocabulary, sensory discrimination. These are, as you can, I mean, it's just commonsensical that unless the children have their senses developed, they will not be able to learn anything. So sensory discrimination becomes very important. We talk about phonics, we talk about, what is it? Sound discrimination. So a lot of opportunities for these kind of abilities, classification, seriation, pattern making, problem solving, and reasoning, all activities through play-based methods, all of these would then lead to foundational numeracy when they come into class 1 and 2 with understanding and comprehension, not through rote. Similarly, for literacy, there are a lot of pre-academic skills, oral language skills. We have our children coming into English medium schools, but then they don't have any English familiarity. And yet we put them onto reading and writing without giving them adequate opportunities to be able to get fluent in this language. So oral language skills are very important, vocabulary, pre-reading skills, interest in reading. Most important is that the pedagogy should create the interest in whatever children are learning, because again, neuroscience has also indicated that interest is the first step towards learning. If you don't have interest, nothing works. And therefore, making the whole pedagogy such that it becomes interesting for children, making them print aware, because that itself is today an issue, because with so much of technology, you have children coming in who have not even seen a book, leave alone read it, or having read to. Enjoyment of books, book handling, this itself becomes an objective for the early years. Phonemic awareness, sound visual association, and all this will then lead to children learning how to decode text and be able to learn to read and write. Next, please. So what is a shift that is required according to the policy in the schools? So one, of course, is making preschool an integral part of school education. Having curricular integration of preschool and grades 1 and 2. But when we say curricular integration, it is not downward curricular integration, but upward curricular integration. Having a holistic vision for learning. So the policy is talking about, at this foundational stage, talking about not just learning to read and write, but a holistic development of children, which includes all the domains of development: physical, motor, cognitive, creative, language, socio-emotional. I'm glad there was a session on socio-emotional learning somewhere in the agenda. Socio-emotional learning is today very, very critical for children's development. And not only that, but even health and nutrition, ensuring health checkups of children, because there is a very direct relationship between children's malnutrition levels and their learning abilities. So ensuring a meal in the school, all these are very critical. A medium of instruction, the policy says, needs to be it should be the home language, or it should be a bilingual environment, which is very important. I would say medium of interaction, even if the medium of instruction we say is English, because it's very difficult to move away from English medium schools, but at least the medium of interaction in the foundational stage must be bilingual, because you have to have children being able to express themselves, be able to process the information that they have. If they are put into an environment in which they are in a language which is not familiar to them, they are going to be lost. And that is what has seen. Emphasis in curriculum on upward and not downward continuity, a spiral design for revisiting. So allowing children to be able to revisit concepts, be able to learn at their own pace, individual pace learning, and play and developmentally appropriate pedagogy. Next, please. So this is the last slide. What is some guidance for school principals, what they can do in the school in order to be able to implement these? One is that the teachers for the 3 to 8-year-olds should be given special training in early childhood content and pedagogy, because it is an extension of that even into classes 1 and 2. And therefore, this is something absolutely critical, because it is something that is there is a whole science of early childhood development which needs to be conveyed to them in terms of the content and pedagogy, so that they are not only, because the teaching at this stage is also a very creative endeavor. And therefore, the teachers need to be very well equipped and have a full comprehension of what the requirements are at this stage of children's development. The schools must develop a curriculum for the foundational stage which addresses the early learning continuum from 3 to 8 years in an incremental upward direction with flexibility to cater to multiple levels. So, and this may be done with the participation of teachers, because if the teachers together come together and do it, they will own it, they will understand it better, they will be able to implement it better. So this is a must, because that curriculum, every school, I'm sure at this stage, develops their own curriculum. So that needs to be kept in mind, that it should be incremental and continuous from 3-year-old children to 8 years. The schools need to ensure, this is a policy statement, that the school needs to ensure a PTR of not more than 25 to 30, depending upon the age, because the younger children need 25, older children would need 30. for the foundational stage to ensure individualized attention to children, because it becomes impossible to handle larger group and yet give individual attention. Assessment, Mrs. Bhalla talked about it, a system of continuous formative threat-free assessment and not summative assessment should be instituted at this stage. There should not be those tests that we have the unit tests and this tests, because there should not be this whole kind of anxiety related to learning. Learning needs to be facilitated, for which but yet at the same time, it is important to have some mode of assessment which can give feedback on children's learning and opportunities be given to children to be able to improve or to fill the gaps that they are there. Medium of interaction, as I said, should be bilingual in a language familiar to most children in the classroom. But at the same time, the policy talks about exposing children to multiple languages, because children learn languages very fast in this foundational stage. They pick up the language. So they need to be exposed, not taught. And therefore, it is very important to expose them to a number of languages, not artificially, but spontaneously in a natural environment. Parent-school relationship is very, very important, because parents, we've already seen in the COVID times how the parents have come forward and been able to really supplement children's education. So, and take the responsibility for it. I hope that this parent-school relationship will continue to get further strengthened, and there would be much more of a partnership rather than, running parallel. And it is very important, especially at this stage, because most of the time the child is spending at home and less in the school. And therefore, there has to be consistency and collaboration so that the child is, whatever the child is learning in school gets reinforced at home, and vice versa. The school is also kind of sensitive to what is the child's environment is and takes that into account. Classroom pedagogy and environment should ensure peer interaction and teacher-child interaction. So a lot of talking, a lot of conversation, a lot of interaction, a dialogic teaching, all that becomes very, very important as a key resource for children's learning. I think we should move, I'm sure we have, but we should move away from the kind of schools we have attended where there was absolutely, you had to put a finger on your lip and not talk in the classroom. I'm sure the world has changed now, and I hope it has. Reading and activity corners for planned free play to be an integral part of every classroom design, so as to promote reading habit in children and enable them to develop their creativity and executive skills. I'm sure yesterday many of the speakers may have talked about these executive skills. Again, this is coming from neuroscience, which is showing that in the foundational stage, what is happening when children are engaged in free play situations? If you just think about it, that children are in a kind of a doll's corner or a kind of a block's corner. The creativity that is happening there, the imaginative play that the children are doing, that is giving them a lot of these creativity, 5C skills that we talk about for the 21st century. They're interacting with each other, they're collaborating, they are thinking about having compassion for each other, they're working together. At the same time, also, they're doing a lot of decision making, a lot of, if you interrupt a child in a corner, activity corner, the child does not like it. I've been into classrooms where children are playing in the classroom, playing in the activity corners, and you go in and nobody looks up also because they're so involved. So those are the executive skills that are established in the brain at that time through the opportunities children get for this kind of free play. Free but planned play with interaction from teachers, which is optimal for their learning. And then last of all, of course, holistic provisions must be provided, which includes not only what the UN now talks about, responsive care, opportunities for early learning, health monitoring, nutrition supplementation, and last of all, a safe and secure environment. Today, that has become very, very important at the school system with the kind of hazards that have been identified. And therefore, I think we have to think in terms of foundational education much more holistically, much more in a child-friendly manner, and much more in a way that which we can sort of invest into this as a foundation, not only for immediate school learning, but for life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaul. I think such a lucid and clear understanding of foundation in your mind has filtered down to us, because I think there was a lot of mystery when the NEP came around foundational. Why and how is it going to happen? And we were actually just dealing with, is it going to be pre-nursery, nursery, KG, prep, what are the levels? We did not actually go into the aspect of curriculum and all that goes into making it a holistic and a meaningful education. I'm sure there are lots of questions which we'll be taking after this, after your narrative, but one question that I had, and you have answered it very adequately and completely, is what kind of leadership is required to, bring all this together, and how do we empower our teachers and parents and take it forward. So I'm sure we'll get time in the end to reflect on that. Um, Over to Dr. Ms. Rashmi Misra, waiting to hear. I won't get into your time, but I have to read out another quote of a teacher, which says, we accept the idea of an achievement gap despite everything. It's not in any way an achievement gap, it's an advantage gap. The idea that these scores are applied to children as though they define the children instead of defining the children's circumstances is something that recurs again and again and is not helpful. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh, very wonderful to hear you, Vinita ji, and it's wonderful. Thank you so much, NPSC, for inviting me. I was very greatly honored, and thank you, Malini and Sadhana, for your very warm introduction. Everything that you say, Vinita ji, resonates in my mind, because it's exactly what Vidya has done for the last 35 years, actually. I will bring you to Vidya, but I just want to share a little story with you first. So there's a boy called Badra Sen Negi, 9 years old, from Kinnaur districts of Himachal Pradesh. He's a shepherd boy, and he's never had a proper education up in Kinnaur. One day he saw somebody building a dam near his house, and he said, who are these people? He said, these are engineers. And it got into his heart that I want to be that. And of course, nobody listened to him. So he ran away from home, came to Delhi, became a servant, and did up to class 5 in a government school, then came and stood in front of me one day. And I had just started a school, a primary school, at my first Vidya project. And he said, look, here is my class 5 degrees. Can you make me an engineer? And believe it or not, we shifted him into class 10 because already he was 15 years old. And we pursued him, we inspired him, and he did the hard work. And today he's a computer science engineer in Long Beach, California. And not only that he's built a school in his hometown, because when he was asked, why do you want to go to America? They said, I want to go so that he went to America to study, finish his education. So this is the story of Vidya. Vidya makes dreams come true. So I bring you to Vidya with my slides. Bring you there. So would you like to put my slides on, please? Thank you. Yeah. The slides, please. So Vidya, just to share with you till they come on, is a grassroots organization. We are an NGO, a registered NGO working to educate, empower, and transform underprivileged children, youth, and women. As we know, I'm waiting for the slides, but let me share, let me not till they come on. So, many of the things that you shared, the ASER report very clearly shares with us that children around the world are going to school, but they're not learning. And we know that very strongly, especially in rural India, where 96% of our children are in school, but then class 5, they couldn't even read a grade 2 level text, leave alone do any numeracy, which is, so their expected comprehension of things was very, very low, much lower than expected. So, and our schools are really not designed to help with the evolving needs of our students, that means that many of our national curricular objectives are targeting top students. What about the rest of India, which is 95% of India? What happens to those children? They fall behind, they drop out. And as you know, our dropout rate is massive. And these are the factors that we address in Vidya. Is it possible to get my presentation? take the optimum potential of our children by providing them holistic education through schools, collaborations, and community programs. Our values, which everybody knows in Vidya, every teacher, every student, is excellence every day, that people matter, and we act with integrity, we think forward, and we create global citizens for the future. Our motto, which is our everyday mantra, is educate, empower, and transform. So why is Vidya successful? Vidya is successful because it takes a village, like you heard from Vinita ji, to actually bring up one child. We all know that. But how many of us can do that? We have to nurture and support the entire village. And when we do that, the child learns and progresses and succeeds in making the village proud. And this is what exactly Vidya does in a short form. We offer a very holistic program right from the last 35 years. We pursue a very joyful education. Everything is fun. We work in these, if you see them, the areas, Vidya works today with, we has worked with over 4 lakh students across India. We have 78 projects in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Pune, and we have a small unit in North America which supports us. We do a variety of things. We just don't do, we do schools, we do community programs, we work with women, we work with all the mothers of our children. Because if you don't educate the mother, you will not go forward with the daughter. So we make sure we do that. We operate out of 39 schools. Many of these are government schools, schools where, and we have our own schools. We help government school children by providing an education of computers, English, and life skills in their very classrooms after they finish schools. And we also work with remedial education in a fun way, so that we actually do encourage the self-learning, even in the remedial education, and leadership. We encourage everyone because we said, if you're educated, you can lead change. So our flagship program is our very own Vidya School, which is in Gurgaon, and we're very happy if you can visit it and see for yourself what you achieve there. So it was founded in 2009, and it's a state-of-the-art CBSE English medium school from primary up to class 12. And it's only the less privileged, in fact, has rag pickers kids who are now competing and closing the gap between the most elite schools of the country. They have, many of them 90% of them go to university. They go to NITs, LSR, Gargi College. 120 plus qualify Mensa, so that their intelligence is equivalent to the best. So I call them diamonds in the dust. We polish these diamonds in more ways than one and set them out into the world as leaders. Now, how did we also work with skills. We provide skills in communities. We work with women and children and youth in their own communities so that they don't have to travel. And what we do is we work out of NCR, Mumbai, Bangalore. We focus on serving children, youth and women, and what is the most practical steps we can take to bring them the magic of education. That's what we try to do. We do vocational skills with them. We prepare women for jobs. And the part we partner with IT, IT is taught across. You will be surprised that although we do with the local language, all our women, children, youth speak fluent English. And it's incredible. I live in Bangalore, where we have almost 700-800 women that we educate. I don't speak Kannada yet because I'm spoiled. But our women understand English in 4 months. These are women like our maids. They speak English, they can communicate in English, they get jobs in English. That's all it takes. So what we do, how do we strengthen Vidya, is we have what is called a Mitra program. So what we do is we involve people. It's a people's movement of social change who can mentor each of our students, especially our senior students in the Mitra program. And what happens is then the whole, everyone needs a mentor. Don't forget, these children have nobody at home. We are the family to Vidya is the family to every student of Vidya. And we have 15,000 at present students in Vidya. So what can the teacher do? She can educate, she can change the mindset, but how do you get a mentor for them? So we provide mentors from community, students from schools. We would love to engage all of your principals here today with their schools mentoring our students. And that is what creates the understanding, because that is the way we can bridge this very important gap, the gap that exists. We have to take an underprivileged child and make him capable. This is where we are. I don't know if you see it. I can't see my PowerPoint, but you see it. This is where we work, and we give you all the addresses and the phone numbers and all that. So that is what we share. So what is our idea of education? So what we're looking for is basically creating leaders of change, changing the mindsets, making responsible and aware citizens from a very, very young age. In fact, some of our 4-year-olds are going home to teach their mothers. We tell them that, look, we invest in you so that you can actually change your mother. You can teach your mother whatever you learn in school, and they're doing that. So we encourage a lot of creativity at every level, the teacher level. Our focus is the total child, and one with the right positive attitude to solve the challenges at home. How do we teach? So right from the beginning, we make education useful for their everyday life. We teach them everything from saving the environment, water, working with their parents, strengthening what they do, supporting. This is our culture, right? And at the same time, we always include the parent as part of Vidya. So the mother comes to Vidya as well. So she learns alongside. Now, what is the reason? How do we manage this? What is the reason why it's successful? And we call it the 3 V's. The first is V, the vision. And we have a very clear vision at Vidya, which is educate, empower, transform, and be the fountainhead of empowering lives through our education. Our teachers embrace this vision, and they know the difference that they are making in the child's life. They are completely responsible. They're more than teachers. They have to be. We say, these are your children. How are you going to change their lives? And the children are very, very sincere. The teachers absolutely love working with them. They feel the purpose of the vision, and they go that extra mile to transform the child. The second V is values. We find from very early, we bring in what we call life skills or values into every classroom. This is the core of our work. We change mindsets into a positive attitude. Teachers learn to give, teach them how to be proud Indians, work closely with the family, impart the values, and increase the aspirations for the children. This ensures that the family support is going forward in the learning process. And the last V is V for vitality. You need the energy and the passion for whatever you want to do, which is different. To be different, you need that energy, and that is what we infuse into every one of our teachers. It goes beyond learning. We change mindsets. We change mindsets not only of our teachers first, then our children and their parents. We develop them. That's how they can be leaders. There is nothing that can be accomplished without hard work. So it's a tireless work by our teachers and the parents and the children to create this transformation. So they say it takes 3 generations to change a child from a very poor family into making him equal to our privileged children. But what Vidya has seen in this journey, that we have managed to transform these lives in 1 generation. So what is so unique about our curriculum? So what we do is that we, as I said, solve everyday problems through our education, bringing in social causes. So our children learn to do critical dialogue. We talk about alcoholism, sanitation, health, and the children are the ambassadors who take this message back to their parents. For example, a primary school we started in Bangalore, in the rural Bangalore, we taught the children to brush their teeth. And they were such great leaders. They went home, the parents never brushed their teeth. So the kids didn't let them go to work. They said, till you brush your teeth, you can't go out of the house. We learned that in school. So they took the charge, even as 4-year-old. Then we offer career counseling. We offer scholarships for higher education. Every child of Vidya, any student of Vidya, whether it's a woman, a youth, or a child, we hold hands till they're employed. We don't give up because we know there's so many pitfalls in the way that if you let them go, they probably fall off they never come back to what their purpose is. We also work with a lot of dropout youth. Hold their hands till they get employed. We change we partner with a lot of groups which we cannot do ourselves. For example, Khan Academy runs everywhere in Vidya. We have health partners. We have the Green School initiatives going on in every program of Vidyas across. We work a lot with vocational training. We offer internships to our children, mentoring like we shared with you. So that, and they're very keen. Our women are setting up now their own enterprise. Instead of working for somebody, we have empowered them to set up their own enterprises, which are with one volunteer who guides them. So a woman like your maid today comes to Vidya, she learns English, she learns computer, she learns a trade, and we figure out her passion. Her passion could be sewing, embroidery, and with her form, she actually creates her own company. And she says, there's a girl, I can tell you a very quick story because the stories really work. A girl called Nargis in Delhi. She came to our women's center where we were doing this program of educating women. And she said, I've come here to die. I can't live anymore. My husband beats me. He's drunk every day. Kids are out of school. I have no money. I've got bad health and I just want to die here. So after looking after her a few days, we said, look, what is something you do well? She says, I'm from Bihar. I do Madhubani. I said, will you show us? So she showed us how she does the painting. Today, that same girl today is running a big business where she has employed almost 50 women. And she says, what I've learned is I don't want much for myself. I want to empower other women. So I give them all my business instead of holding on to myself. And I take the minimum. Her kids are in college and she has the greatest respect from her family. That's all it took. An understanding of what her need was. So engaging parents and especially mothers has been a huge learning for us. Because what you don't realize is that education can come at any level. And if you educate a mother, as Gandhiji said, you actually educate an community. They're the ones who bring the change. They're the ones who take leadership in their communities. It's the women. So empowering the mothers has been one of the major roles that Vidya has played. Then like I shared, the mentorship, volunteering, we do counseling with our children. So in fact, we deliver all these holistic programs at a fraction of a cost that it costs outside, because we use a lot of people to make this happen. And as you know, our students are from the poorest community. They don't have access to any of the facilities that privileged kids have. Somehow we managed to bridge this gap with our love, with our full attention and individual attention for per child. So and we increase the aspirations. Every child of Vidya has a huge dream to follow. And what is incredible is to hear them talk about that dream.
We'd love to see you in action, and somehow it feels that both ends are coming together.
Yes.
And it's not just the socioeconomically weaker sections, but all children need to go through this kind of education, which I like what you said. We don't let go of them. I think we shouldn't let go of any child.
Yeah, we'll be very happy to invite you.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing what you're doing at Vidya. I would just request two questions from our principals because we're running short of time. Mrs. Jyoti Arora, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satna and Malini ma'am, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much, Professor Vinita Kaul and Madam Rashmi Mishra, for the thoughtful and insightful analysis on evidence-based learning at foundation level through your beautiful presentations. I have a question for Professor Vinita Kaul. We have been talking a lot about recommendations of new education policy, especially with regard to foundational numeracy and literacy. You also covered this very beautifully in your presentation. We have also been talking about experiential learning, activity-based learning, and many more kind of learnings. And we have also started talking very high about metacognition. So my question to you is, do you feel that integrating evidence-based learning at foundational level with metacognition would yield to fruitful results, and how evidence-based learning would work on the principle of affect and effect?
Well, that's a very complex question, I must say. I think that it is very important. What is metacognition? I mean, if you look at metacognition, essentially, it is self-reflection, right? So you're conscious of what you are thinking. And what we do with a lot of socio-emotional learning. That is where a social... I think that is where a socio-emotional curriculum becomes very, very relevant, is where it provides an opportunity for children to be able to not only experience, be conscious of their experience, but also to be able to verbalize their experience. And that is what is really the key to this whole concept. And I think this can start right from the very beginning. When we talk about making children aware of their emotions, we say that, you should, the little children, we ask them, how are you feeling today? Help them to verbalize, help them to understand, help them to identify their emotions, differentiate between their emotions, relate emotions to. So all that is part of this whole process. So when we talk about cognition and emotion, I don't think that one of the learnings even from our own research was that there's a lot of interdependence of the domains. So what one is thinking is very much influenced by what one is feeling. And so it is very, very important to focus on these. So I would definitely say, in response to your question, it is very important to focus on this right from the beginning with children at their level, at their own level, and encourage them to be able to, in a way, metacognition is a very big word, but be able to, reflect on what they are thinking, what they're doing, and be able to verbalize it. The most important thing is children need to be given opportunities not only to listen all the time, but to talk, to be able to share, to be able to express their own, not only ideas, but also their feelings. And altogether, that would lead to much more self-learning in children. And that is, when we are talking about the 5 C's, those 5 C's are very much linked to this kind of learning environment and pedagogy.
Can I share a
Thank
point?
you. The last question from Dr. Indu Khetarpal. We're running out of time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question to Professor Vanitha Kaul. We've been working. Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Yeah, Professor Vanitha Kaul, we've worked, since almost 15 years. Now, I want to know, what is the importance of publications? Is it relevant for parents? Do they go through it, especially on early childhood care and education? Number 2, the lockdown, the pandemic, everything has changed. What about the child who has spent 1 year at home with his parents? What is in his mind? That is important. Number 3, we talk of involving the parent, but actually, do we involve them? You are saying that you need mentors. I think the parent should be the mentor first, then anyone else. So these 3 things I want to highlight on. I want to ask you, Professor Vanitha Kaul, because we worked since almost 10, 15 years.
Okay,
the
Mrs.
world,
Khetarpal,
you're saying the world has changed.
We'll give an opportunity to Dr. Kaul to answer your questions, please.
Yes.
Should I try to answer the questions? Yeah, so there are 3
Yes, thank you.
questions, Dr. Khetarpal. Do parents read publications? I don't have any research on this. I can only give you anecdotal evidence that they don't normally, because reading itself is, the skill of reading itself is in a crisis at the moment. So I think especially in the world of technology today, the world of social media, it's much more potentially possible to reach parents through through more audio video means, media, rather than through the print medium. So I think that would be very important. Of course, there are some parents who would read, but on an average, I would think that it's much easier to reach out to parents through the social media. The second question you said was about the pandemic. That it is going to be a real challenge because these children have been away from schools for a whole year, but children have a lot of resilience, and they would, I'm sure, need, and each of the children, like 3 to 4 year olds, will be 4 years now. At least they should have been in school at 3, but now they will be 4 years old. So they will have to be accordingly then initiated into the school program. Similarly, the 4-year-olds would be 5-year-olds and so on. And so somewhere, not only would they be required to be given a much more what should I say, play-based environment. The reason for emphasizing on play is because play has a lot of value for children, because it brings in not only the cognitive dimension, but again, as I'm emphasizing, the socio-emotional dimension. Children may be having anxieties due to this, having stayed away from school. They need to be heard. They need to be spoken to. They need to be able to express and bring it out into the open, whatever their worries or anxieties are, or even their doubts. Because why were they not in school earlier, and why have they come here? So, and a lot of questions they may have. But so far as adjusting to the school system is concerned, I don't think that would be a major problem, because children have a lot of resilience and they would adjust.
Yeah.
And this age particularly, they would. And the third question I missed, sorry, what was that? I think mentors, that I think Mrs. Mishra would be better equipped to handle that.
Okay, we're really sorry, but we're running out of time. If we can, we have the next panelist waiting, but it's been so engaging, and I wish we had 2 hours to questioning you on it. But before I hand over to Brother Alex for the vote of thanks, I'd just like to share a thought. I have students for 6 hours a day. The community has them for 18, plus prenatal and early childhood. I don't believe the schools create the achievement gap, but our responsibility is not to add to it. We won't eliminate the gap until the community makes education a priority, but the schools cannot wait for the community to do their part. We hope that we are going to make foundational level a great leveler and go beyond it and give the best education to our children. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaul, and thank you, Rashmi ma'am. And I would now request Brother Alex to propose a vote of thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. The much important topic of today, that is closing the gap, evidence-based learning at the foundational level. The evidence-based, though theoretically, the evidence-based education, what is called, is the principle that education practice should be based on the best available scientific evidences rather than tradition, personal judgment, and etc. But today, Professor Vinita Kaul has specifically, she has brought the new education policy, which is much talked about and much needed. And she has definitely, she had a very high word on the private schools, the role and contribution of private school in the early educational stage of a child. And Professor Kaul had also insisted on foundational learning versus foundational literacy. And coming to the shift which required from children from the age of 3 to 8, what the school need to do during those days or during those years. She also insisted on the medium of interaction instead of medium of instruction. Finally, Dr. Kaul gave some guidelines for the school leaders, that is the principals, what they need to do according to the time and demand of today. Again, coming back to our Ms. Rashmi Mishra, the wonderful work she is doing through Vidya Foundation. And Vidya Foundation brings dreams comes true of the underprivileged, because very often that society is neglected. All her work which is doing, whether it is through Vidya Myth program or empowerment or teaching the women, educating them, it's wonderful work. So Professor Vinita Kaul and Ms. Rashmi Mishra, on behalf of our chairman, Malini Narayan, and all of us, Ms. Sadhana Balla and myself would like to congratulate for giving us your expertise in these topics and empowering us to do something different or enlightening us with your various topics. So we thank you for sparing your time and enlightening us with your wisdom. So thank you, Professor Vinita Kaur.
Thank you so
and
much.
Rashmi ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. Thank you, Rashmi ma'am. Thank you, Malini ma'am.
Thank you, Malini.
Thank you, dear speakers, for elaborating upon the foundational aspect of education, without which erection of a beautiful edifice of knowledge and education is just not possible. Dear, we will take a quick break of 5 minutes before we come back for yet another interesting session. In the meanwhile, we request you to please visit the lobby area and explore its numerous features. So see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another engrossing session. Cultivating new skills is a lifelong process that requires cognitive flexibility, yet there is currently a gap in evidence-based learning programs that can effectively support and promote learning throughout the lives of our young learners. So our next session is titled Open Pathways, Cognitive Flexibility for Personalized and Lifelong Learning. We are delighted to have these accomplished panel of speakers who have so kindly consented to join us. Our first speaker on the panel is Professor Raj Nehru, who is the Vice Chancellor of Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, and Managing Director, Haryana Skill Development Commission. We would also like to accord a genial welcome to Dr. Arvinder J. Singh, Director, Ashoka Center for Wellbeing, Ashoka University. The ACWB is a non-aligned center that offers counseling and psychological support for students and staff at the Ashoka University. Dr. Annie Koshi, Principal St. Mary's School, Safdarjung Enclave, and Ms. Anuradha Joshi, Principal Sardar Patel Vidyalaya, Lodi Estate, New Delhi, have graciously accepted to be the moderators for this session. Mrs. Reena Rajpal, Principal Darbari Lal DAV Model School, has kindly consented to be the rapporteur for the session. So let me request Dr. Annie Koshi and Ms. Anuradha Joshi to please begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you on behalf of Annie and me for inviting us to host and moderate this lovely and interesting session. Intellectual flexibility, oftentimes called cognitive flexibility, is described as an ability to assess and adapt to changing circumstances with rapidity. It involves being able to draw inferences and conclusions and to utilize multiple creative solutions. The ability to think quickly and in multiple paradigms and venues is an invaluable tool when confronted with changing situations or environments. Perhaps this assembly would appreciate it a little more in the light of the massive changes we've all negotiated due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To be intellectually flexible, one must strive to be creative, innovative, and independent, searching for a reality grounded in multiple points of view and multiple perspectives in thought, and to be able to constantly mix, change, emerge, and re-emerge within changing times and conditions. Adopting intellectual flexibility as a core skill would mean embracing inquiry and connection making as fundamental aspects of one's mindset. As a part of our lifelong development, intellectual flexibility requires that we constantly learn and grow in our attitudes, abilities, and beliefs. A mindset that is open to possibilities creates an ability to achieve goals by considering options, many options, other than the automatic responses, and move our thinking beyond the belief that there is only one way to solve a problem, thereby promoting not only inclusion, but also pluralism. Opening our minds to the possibility of getting to our destination in multiple ways. We invite you to mull over these ideas as our panelists expound on the various aspects of this very interesting theory. The first speaker for the morning for us is Dr. Raj Nehru with his presentation, who shares how to assess our ability to think flexibly. Over to you, Dr. Nehru, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity that you have given me. And thank you, Dr. Malini Narayana, Chairperson NPSC, and my co-panelist, Dr. Arvinder Singh from Ashoka University, and the moderators, Dr. Annie Koshi and Dr. Anuradha Joshi. This is a lovely moment to speak about a subject which is very close to my heart as well, because I have been in corporate for last 25 years, and one of my primary job before entering into the university system has been human resource development, where lots of time we spend on recruiting the talent and moving the talent through different aspects of their career paths. So if you are able to show my presentation, can I see the presentation? Yeah, thank you. Please move to the next chart. One of the important challenges that today we see around the world is the speed of automation, the velocity of change, the disruptive innovation, the technologies that are coming in and disrupting everything socially, politically, economically, environmentally. We have seen the pandemic and resulting into bringing us into a VUCA world. And when we say VUCA world, the world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, which is significantly impacting the corporate world, industries, and the workplaces. And resultantly, what happens that this volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity expects us to have talent who is able to see beyond the current perspectives, their ability to see the future, their ability to envision new things, their ability to manage change, their ability to take risk, and is also able to have a wider view. Instead of having the view that they have, can they incorporate more views of different people? Can they focus, given the situations when it is multifaceted situation, when the productivity is heavily getting impacted, can they have a multi-focused approach? And when there is challenge of misinterpreting certain things that impacts the trust, will they be able to make decisions? Please move to the next slide. And because of this, the VUCA world, one of the recent reports that one of the McKinsey organization has come up is that if you look at this chart, that in last couple of years, the amount of time, the percent of time that the resources and the talent today is expected to spend, you will see a sudden shift in last couple of years happening. And the more time that's expected now from the talent to spend is on higher cognitive thinking, social and emotional aspects, and technological aspects. And in next couple of years, the more and more time will be spent on the higher cognitive and the technological aspects, whereas the time spent on physical and the material and the basic cognitive will be less. And this, please move to the next chart. And this brings us to a very important aspect, that what is the future of the world of skills. And when we look at this future of world of skills, we find that the way the work would be done, it would require an individual to be adept with the social technologies. It would require an individual to be globally connected. It would require an individual to adapt to the new communication tools, and especially a world where an individual's ability to have the control over the data, understand the data, interpret the data. Please move to the next chart. And in corporates and worlds, all these challenges result into the frequent job changes. We are every day hearing that new jobs are emerging, and you will be surprised that jobs are definitely emerging, and certain jobs are emerging in such a way that you have not even heard of these jobs. Like, for example, human technologist or integration specialist or human machine team manager. You'll hear very funny names, but they have got lots of aspects, lots of skills integrated into it. And if you also look at this chart, you'll see the skill sets that today the employers are looking at the marketplace is significantly changing. So what was very important earlier days, controlling the people, is replaced by critical thinking, creativity, and people management and emotional intelligence. Please move to the next. And this is where the corporates today have to spend a lot of time in profiling the job roles and profiling the people who can be fitted into these job roles. I'm just giving you an idea of how corporates profile job roles. Every job role will be profiled very differently, because every job role will require different traits, different capabilities, abilities, different thinking abilities, different cognitive abilities. And because of that, the requirements of the jobs and the requirement that a talent can bring in, they need to be mapped. This is what the organizations today are doing. And because we have to map, many organizations are using multiple tools. And I have been in IBM for pretty long years, and we have been using one of the important tools for assessing the abilities, talent, and thinking preferences of people through multiple tools. And one of the tools that we used is Herman Brain Dominance Instrument. It's one of a psychometric assessment tool that we have been using to understand the cognitive flexibility among the talent, which we think can can really work well if we assess and find their fitment to the profile. Please go to the next chart. So this chart is just a small brief about what this tool is about. This is Herman Brain Dominance Instrument, and most of you would be familiar with the left brain and the right brain theory that was given by Dr. Roger Sperry after MacLean's theory came in. And later this left brain and the right brain theory was further classified into 4-quadrant thinking brain theory by Ned Herman. Roger Sperry talked about the two hemispheres, right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, and he said that both of these hemispheres are two different worlds. They are having different thoughts and actions, and they control different thoughts and different actions in these two hemispheres. And because of these, they have their own ways of thinking, own ways of acting, and these two hemispheres of the brain interact with each other. And this is where, please go to the next chart. This is where Dr. Ned Herman picked up this twin brain theory, left and right, and developed an architecture which is called 4-quadrant theory of the brain, and gave it a metaphor like whole brain thinking model, where the upper left and lower left and upper right and lower right are the 4 different zones in the brain that have 4 different thinking functions. And this is how it later became an assessment tool for individuals, for corporates, for professionals, to assess people and their thinking preferences, where it lies. And based on their thinking preferences, people would be picked up for development or their jobs or their profession or for their careers. Please go to the next chart. Now look at this 4-quadrant theory. The 4-quadrant theory is also the 4 modes of thinking theory that Dr. Ned Herman talked about. This is a paired structure that Dr. Ned Herman talked about. And these paired structure, the dominance between these paired structure is the source of the mental preference. So wherever the dominance of any paired structure is seen, that dominance will result into the preference. And as we know, the preferences are the foundation for developing a competence. Please move to the next chart. Now let me help you understand what these 4 modes are. The upper left mode, which is the rational self. Please click on the chart, please. This is more about the rational brain. This is more about the mathematical brain. This is more about brain that is interested into numbers, data, analysis, logic. The lower green side of the brain is the safekeeping brain, which means more structured, procedural, going by the book, more organized brain. The right quadrant, lower right, is more empathetic, more humane, more relationship oriented, more softer elements, listening brain. And the upper right is an experimental self, which is more innovative, imaginative, which loves breaking the rules, which loves experimenting into the things. And this is what Ned Herman called the whole brain thinking model. And this is where many of the people today struggle, because if someone is very good at a rational self and is operating from a dominant, or is very high in the rational self, or is dominant in the rational self, may find challenges in diagonally opposite, which is the feeling self. So the role of this, the purpose of this instrument was to help people understand where their dominant thinking lies. The dominant thinking can be in 1 quadrant or in 2 quadrants, also help understand an individual where their non-dominant quadrants lie. Because whenever, if an individual operates from a dominant quadrant, there is possibility they may try to ignore and not understand the language of the non-dominant quadrant. So this is where this Hermann brain dominance instrument is helpful to help us understand, help an individual understand, and then plan for it. Please move to the next chart. Now, through this profiling, it helps an individual to understand their cognitive flexibility and also plan for the cognitive flexibility. Because cognitive flexibility from this perspective of Hermann brain dominance instrument is that how a person is able to move between one mode of thought to another mode of thought. And as people learn to move from one mode of thought to another mode of thought, they will be more inclusive. Their thinking would be more diverse. They will appreciate those aspects which they don't like, and by appreciating, they may include and acknowledge and make much better decisions as they move into the jobs. So with the help of this instrument, we help people to develop this cognitive flexibility, because in different roles we require people to operate from different perspectives. I was talking to someone when I was in US a couple of years back. I found one of the colleagues, she was doing her research in chemical biophysics. And I asked her, why are you doing research in chemical biophysics? And she said that, I'm doing this because now chemical biophysics and chemistry, biology, and physics, they are all three different subjects. But when I asked her, why are you doing this? She said that she is more interested to know why some children are born deaf, and it requires to understand the fluid system of the ears, the biology, and then the wave, the wave parts. And then that was the reason why she was studying all the three. But it requires someone to really move out of the comforts of what one knows and go into those areas which someone is not really familiar with. Similarly, I found one gentleman who was a medical science student studying economics. And when I asked him, why are you studying economics? You're a medical science student. The gentleman replied that I'm more interested into the public health the areas, and it's very important for me to study economics along with the medical science. So it's very important in the corporate world. It's very important for us, because the way careers grow in corporate is multidisciplinary, multi-job roles, multi-skilled, and we need people to operate from different modes of thinking and perform and at the different levels. Please move to the next chart. So this cognitive flexibility is very critical. And if you look at this chart, it gives you an idea about different jobs being categorized as per the thinking preferences. And as you demonstrate specific thinking preferences, your performance in that specific job could improve. Please move to the next. And for this reason, we also help through this, through this Hermann brain dominance instrument. It also helps us to develop the various leadership and management styles of individual, because people who are very high in one quadrant have a specific style of behaving. For example, a very high blue may be authoritative, may ignore someone who is very high in red, who is team oriented. So it's very important when people become self-aware of their preferred styles and non-preferred styles, their ability to come out of their preferred style and interact with those who are in the non-preferred style helps us to create more coordinating leadership styles at the workplace, inclusive leadership style at the workplace, appreciating the people with the non-preferred styles, and allowing free thinking, innovation, and growth at the workplace. Please move to the next chart. So for this, our entire training mechanism and development mechanism also is based on this thinking model. We design the instructional designers at the corporate. They focus on developing the curriculum, which is addressing the developmental requirements of the each quadrant, so that there is a holistic development of the people who can be later groomed for the higher job roles. Please move to the next chart. And this is how this entire whole brain thinking model model works. It helps us to develop the intellectual, instinctual, concrete and experimental side of the brain, and that's where we expect these people to get assessed and to be aware and then to get through the learning journeys that we have created. I think this is where the schools also have to operate, where they have to not only see from the child perspective, they have to see also from the teacher's perspective, because some teachers may be very high on one specific quadrant, while as a child would be high on some diagonally opposite quadrant. So there's at that time there could be a challenge. Teacher may not be able to appreciate diagonally opposite quadrants. Some teachers may be left brain, some students may be right brain, or some students may be right brain and some teachers may be left brain. So that awareness about this different modes of thinking can help an individual to manage. So at the end, the last chart I have brought in is the way the new education policy has brought in the new shift in the education, where they are now bringing this 10+2 into 5+3+3+4. This is a tectonic shift, because now it's going to focus on the specific needs of the children right from the early ages, which we now also call the ECCE, early child care education. And that's where the challenge is. If we are able to focus on the early childhood care, I think it's going to help us develop and make the children ready for the requirements of the future. And leveraging certain psychometric instruments, leveraging the philosophy behind the cognitive flexibility can help schools, teachers, institutions to customize, to develop the curriculum which is adapt to the requirements of the children, not making children fit into the requirements of the education. So at the end, once again, I will conclude with the last chart, and that says, there's a quotation by Voltaire. It says, life is like a game of cards. So we don't get the cards of our choice. We have to make choices and play with those cards. Similarly, we don't get the children of our own choice. We will have to create choices which is fitting to the requirements of the child. And then children will have many choices to adapt with the requirements of the job. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Anuradha, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Unmute. Yeah.
I've done it twice. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Raj Nehru, for pointing out that knowledge is not in silos, and that understanding of the self through the whole brain method helps in transfer of knowledge. We now invite Dr. Arvinder.
Brother, you will have to unmute.
Ma'am, please unmute. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Was I unmute all this time? Was I mute all this time?
No, ma'am, in between it got muted.
Thank you. A critical goal, Arvinder, of many education programs, especially in the light of cognitive flexibility, is to help the students transfer what they have learned to different, even unique situations. It encourages multiple knowledge representations and understanding that single perspectives are not false, but they're inadequate. Does the identity of the self play an important part? And does it have an emotional currency that we need to find to communicate more? May I invite you for the rest, the other part of the presentation.
I'm told that that's the one phrase that's been the most used. Please unmute yourself. So, okay, so here I go. I think, thank you so much for this presentation. I've been there since a little bit before Professor Raj's as well. Thank you for bringing that perspective and making my job easy, because you've set the context of how the brain works, what is there, and what we can do. What I thought in the vein of cognitive flexibility would be actually to sort of turn things around and do something which actually challenges me and everybody else around here. Because I think it's important that while I'm very cognizant and very respectful of the fact that we are required to see education in a more holistic way, we are required to see how we adapt to this. It's very important to see where is the mental health of the stakeholders in all of this. Actually, there's this lovely quote by Charles Darwin. Of course, we all know about the survival and of the fittest and so on. In very beautiful words, he says that it's not the strongest of the species nor the most intelligent who survive, but the ones who are most responsive to change. So the fact that, Professor Nehru's presentation has talked about the VUCA, the volatility and the change and, the ambiguity, I think it is important that we look at this whole lens of education, of our existence, of what is really the purpose of our being here, purpose of our lives. And therefore, and at the core of it is, of course, our students, our children, and their identities. Now, identity, as I see it, is a lifelong process. What happens in the early years is extremely important. And I know I'm saying something very provocative here, because it's not just the first few years. Those are important, exceedingly important. But the fact is that, as has been pointed out, that, it's the lifelong learning is an attitude, it's a mindset. And that actually determines how we are able to sort of input into our identity throughout our lives. And yes, it's important that in the early years, we all know, that whole business of trust that starts when the child is just born. And I want each one of you to be in touch with that moment when you held a little baby in your arms, your own or your nephew or your niece or whoever, and that emotion that you felt. Also be in touch with, how the baby just gave itself like that completely, like as if, completely trusting. And that's how we come into this world, completely trusting. And slowly as the child grows, learns to mistrust. So the body stiffens, won't go to this one, will go to the mother more than the other, and so on and so forth. And all these build up into developing an identity. One of the stages is also, autonomy, and the other is about, industry. So are we really encouraging the effort, or are we still really thinking of matching, of providing, of making sure that academically there is a certain deliverable? And here, I am absolutely not denying the role of the academic deliverables, but I really want to bring about the fact that one of the things we really ignore is the emotional robustness in the education. And that is something that really inputs into the identity of the child. And how do we build this emotional robustness? Not just the school, not just the teachers, not just the students, but all stakeholders involved in it. And which is why I think over the years, and I'm sure Annie and Anuradha both will agree with me that in the last 10 years, there's been a massive shift, in the way we are engaging with parents, involving how the lifelong learning, we are engaging them as well. Because it's a three-way partnership. And unless we have, of course, the student is at the apex, but the parent and the school have to work as pillars and together, hand in hand, to bring this about. So in industry, in just appreciating the effort, I think it is important for each one of us to see how we are inputting in the identity. Are we encouraging our children to ask questions? Are we making them into creative thinking adults? Or are we really looking at, how do they fit in? So I'm challenging here. Cognitive flexibility, of course, is the ability to shift perspective. It's also adapting. So in my work in Kashmir, where I worked, post-trauma, so my specialization is in trauma and dealing with, both political impact as well as disasters. And I found that post-disaster, whether it was Kashmir or Nepal or Gujarat, and even the political violence, the way people bounced back, the way they adapted to the situations, the way, new creative solutions came up was actually because of that space that they were in. And there is, of course, an innate, and a natural propensity in human beings to continue to learn. So what we really have to look at is just provide that safe emotional space for our students, for our parents, for our teachers, for our leaders. Why do we forget them? You know, why is all the job on them to create and build? But we have to have spaces which are emotionally very safe for all these stakeholders to ask questions, to feel vulnerable, to talk about emotions, to talk about what's happening. Because lifelong learning, it's the most important component of building good, positive mental health. And it's often swept aside, you know, because we just put tasks that are more pressing, more immediate, more, you know, linear, more where there is an end product in sight. But things that are actually very, very important, but may not be in the crisis space, are often ignored. Mental health and well-being being one of them. So to take this concept, you know, as the founder of Ashoka Center for Wellbeing, when I was asked to sort of bring about this whole, how do we take care of the emotional needs of students, as most of you would know, that Ashoka University is a fully residential campus. So when there are all students, there are like 2,000 students right now, all living together, away from home for about 70 to 75% is the first time away from home. It's a different part of the world for some, country for some, language is different, food is different, and there's a whole lot of transitioning. And at Ashoka, we believe in building this kind of flexibility through providing them different kind of avenues. So the liberal art, education, and one of our very flagship programs called the Young India Fellowship, it really challenges. So what Professor Nehru was talking about, from engineering to sciences, to sort of you know, social sciences and so on and so forth, is something we encourage. And why do we do that? Because we genuinely, and we make our students question, be it gender, be it identity, be it caste, class, be it just about anything, you know. So it's the way you bring that about that you help the child build and rebuild the identity. Because it's like, you know, believing in giving that pen in your hand to rewrite the story that may have been written. So I was quite intrigued that the previous session was about closing the gap, and Professor Nehru and I, Anuradha and Annie, are talking about opening, you know, pathways. So whereas there have to be some closing the gap, there has to be more opening the spaces as well for new learning. So all the processes that we talked about are, you know, are related to the neuroplasticity, and in the vein of just sharing some laws and rules, I'm very intrigued by one very beautiful law, which is called the Hebb's Law. It's on the neuroplasticity. Whereas, you know, back in the day, everybody thought that we are hardwired and, you know, we're not, we are actually sort of rigid. But neuroplasticity, it just talks about the brain's ability to change and adapt as a result of experience. So the Hebb's Law is very cute. It sort of says neurons that fire together, wire together. So our habits and our new ways of thinking is because of the neuron wiring. And so much for saying that we are hardwired. No way. Just by creating new experiences, even simple things like taking a different route to your work, or trying things differently, or changing your routine completely, or doing something that is totally very different from your current professional role, can actually help you wire different neurons. And that is the crux of creativity. That is the crux of critical thinking. That is the crux of, you know, working, building your identity, actually like rewriting, you know, your story, or, you know, rewiring the wires that are already there. Of course, the one-time experience will not do it. And that's where I think school and education can actually sort of input a lot into creating those spaces for its students. You know, and of course, the other stakeholders. We always talk about students, but what about the other stakeholders? Give them the spaces to come and talk about their vulnerabilities. So I'll end with just saying that at Ashoka Center for Wellbeing, what we really focused to build this flexibility was to say, let this responsibility of well-being not lie just on professionals. So we have counselors, we have professional counselors and therapists, but we also empower our students to take on new roles. We have peer counselors, we have peer-led helplines, we have teachers, professors who are actually, you know, sort of training themselves in what we call the gatekeeper program. We have bunches of students who actually are looking out for other students who could be feeling anxious, who could be feeling vulnerable, who could be feeling suicidal. They talk to them. They are trained in effective listening skills to be able to reach out and create this community. So not just the curative aspect, but really the preventive and promotive aspect of well-being. And no education is complete unless it really focuses on the emotional robustness, the well-being of all its stakeholders, right from the bottom to the top. I actually can carry on with this because this is my passion, but I'm very mindful of the time, and I'd rather have like some comments from Anuradha and Annie both, because I would love to hear their experiences on what it has been like. And if there are questions, I'm very happy to answer. So I'd actually abruptly like to stop right here, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Arvinda and Professor Nehru. That was really amazing. I had a question because so much of what was said was about, getting our children ready for a world, the VUCA world, as Professor Nehru said. Now, at least when I was in B.Ed college, we were told that educators are visionaries. They think of a better world. They are not reactive to a world that is there. If there is a VUCA world and I have to teach my children to be, wired as you said, Arvinder, wired together and fired together. But if we were wanting a world that is more sensitive, that is more, say, slow paced, how would you I mean, do you think teachers should be visionaries and think of a better VUCA world is largely in urban areas more than in rural areas? That should we just work toward getting our children to be ready for the kind of world that commerce and economics throws at our children? Professor Nehru, what would your opinion be about that?
If I heard your question correctly, and if I recall, during my education days, when we studied education, we recognized certain models. One, the oldest model was the structural model of education, which was later replaced by the functionalist approach. And now the modern days, we talk about the humanistic approach. So between the functionalistic approach and the humanistic approach, the difference is where in the functionalistic approach, you fit the students into the specific areas that you have identified, and you push them into the box so that they fit there. But at later part of time, then we ask them, now think out of the box, which is very difficult for them because they have been boxed for many, many years. But in the humanistic approach, we have to recognize as a teacher that every student is very unique. You will never have two students with the same level of understanding, same level of receiving the information, processing the information, and responding to that information. So it is very important for a teacher to respect that individuality of a child, which is, especially at the school level, which is at that stage where it needs flowering, where it needs nurturing, where it needs shaping up. I think somewhere we do we do not do something right, and that's when we find most of the students, they feel anxious, frustrated, depressed. They feel they don't they are not worth, their self-esteem is low, and eventually, so somewhere I think teachers need to be themselves whole brain thinkers before they actually start handling the students who will also be coming and operating from different ways of thinking and coming with different preferences. I think that alignment is very, very important. That will help a student to get freedom of his expression or her expression, which eventually will let a student to blossom well.
Yeah, well, talking about cognitive flexibility, right? And if we are going to look at children as individuals, and Avinda, you just spoke about emotional stability. If my child is emotionally unstable because of the need of, cognitive flexibility, whole brain, activity and wiring. And what would your response to that be? I don't want to be whole brain wired. I am emotional. I react emotionally. And you want me to learn to, switch my executive functions into something else. So how would that, I mean, our topic is personalized, but personalized is not actually teaching me to be something else, is it, Arvinda?
Sure. Thank you for asking that, Annie, because I think it's important to sort of realize that the whole essence of cognitive flexibility is allowing the person to make that choice, whatever it be. And the spaces that we need to provide are spaces which are open, because no matter what, because of the rigidity of thinking, sometimes we tend to put everything in a certain category or a box. And when I talk about the Hebb's law also, and I find it interesting and intriguing because it applies everywhere, we really need to allow ourselves also to wire in a way, and I'm taking from the previous talk, that in a way that it allows for the sensitivity, for emotionality, for people to express, for people to actually build that awareness, their inner awareness of their emotions, and therefore questions to be asked are, because we are building these young students into people who are asking intelligent questions. And by intelligent, I don't mean the one that's defined, but that which makes sense to them and purpose for them. And to pursue that, what is important is to be able to see how sensitive are we. So there is, no pressure on the teacher as I see it, and I could be different than what is being suggested. No pressure on the teacher to be whole-brained or half-brained or quarter-brained on it. But I think the impact that to allow the teacher to say, or to the student to say, I don't know, or let's figure it out, or or I am not interested, or I don't want to, and therefore be able to see there is no necessity in being able to find. Each one of us has a purpose. I think the whole idea is to be able to provide some spaces, some context in which each one is able to figure that identity or the purpose out for themselves.
Professor Nehru, yes, I see your finger. I just wanted to ask, what do you call, you spoke about this particular person you met who started off with sciences and then felt the need to, started off with, say, biology and then needed to move into physics and chemistry. Now, my point is, since you've brought in the NEP also, that the NEP is recognizing developmental stages and the cognition areas of the various developmental stages. But so a child may specialize, and isn't that how we went earlier, that we specialize in something and then as we moved our career. So this person is now pursuing the problems of hearing impairment and sees the need to step into the other sciences. So do we have to actually develop this flexibility at an early age is my question, or do we actually let it be to when it comes to college? What do you say, Professor?
So I want to first make a correction. When I said whole brain thinking, teachers need to be whole brain thinkers. It doesn't mean teachers have to be necessarily all four quadrants, they have to specialize. No, this is not what I said. I want to correct that. The most important thing is these are four modes of thinking, and each mode of thinking has its own advantages and limitations. All need to know what is our preferred mode of thinking, because that is what I am, and I cannot change that, because some portions come by nature and certain portions have developed by nurture. What I'm saying is that teachers need to be aware of their dominant mode of thinking, and then they need to be aware of their non-dominant modes of thinking, and then they should develop the ability to move out of their dominant side of thinking and experience what's happening in the non-dominant side without changing themselves. They need to manage themselves, not change themselves. This is one thing I want to share. The second thing is, look, the first 8 years of child are the formative stages of child's brain, which science also says. We have a psychologist, Dr. Arvinda, she may talk about it more. The first 8 years are the formative stages. So in these first 8 years, we don't know what the child is, because you can't do an assessment of his mental abilities right at the time when he's born or she's born. So you have to give the child complete freedom to express. And that expression should not be restricted because of the limitations of the awareness of the teacher about herself or himself, about their own abilities, because my own thinking preferences may influence the way I want to groom the child. So awareness of teacher is fundamentally important. Giving freedom within that awareness is fundamentally important for the child. Once child has been able to identify where his or her interests lie, the child can continue pursuing that. And let me tell you, as the children grow up, they get trained into interdisciplinary things. And when they reach colleges, and the situation that I talked about, the VUCA world today, most of the faculties and most of the departments are now becoming interdisciplinary. As Dr. Arpinder also said, today a medical practitioner cannot survive without the skills of an engineer. You see, entire medical profession is heavily dependent upon the engineering profession. They come with all sorts of techno gadgets and machines and equipment, and without that today a doctor cannot survive. So what I'm saying is, the freedom of innovation, creativity, choice, expression, ideation should be given to the child, so that the child decides and determines which pathway he enjoys, because wherever a child enjoys, that is where the child will contribute better. And one last thing, preference is not a competence. Preference will help a child to develop competence. But if we nurture preferences of children, we may have better competent children in different areas with time.
No, definitely. I do see Malini and Monica have switched on their cameras to give us sort of signals. But just a last question, Dr. Arvinder, since you had talked about the various stakeholders in education, and I do want to say that in our whole effort to give our children flexibility and interdisciplinary kind of experiences in school, we are actually cramped in our style by society, because society seems to throw, especially today, so much at the child that the tilt towards wanting to be, like you say, speak up. Speak up. We were told shut up and don't prove that you're stupid. Only open your mouth when you know what to speak, right? But today everyone has to speak up, and then they open their mouths and show how little they know about things. I'm talking of my students, of course. My students, I won't talk about Anuradha's students. They're a far more informed bunch. But I'm saying, society is constantly, let's compete, let's speak. And so this interdisciplinary. So while I have the takeaway that all of you have said, would you like to say some last words on that, Arvinder, on how we should actually cope with the way society is constantly throwing things at our kids?
Yeah, one moment. Arvinder, before you begin, if I could add to Annie's question, community, when we talk about the NEP says the importance of community. An old quote, no man is an island, right? How does that community affect what we hear and what we see? Because the school community is a small community. Just a quarter of the day at the most is what you spend in school. There is way more beyond. And the power of the electronic media, that community, and as a part of the larger community, what would be its effect on things and our emotions to negotiate the change?
Sure. I think the one thing that I'd like to really put out there is that the theme that in different ways, both Professor Nehru and I are trying to say, he in his own way and me in my own, the fact that everybody is different and that uniqueness has to be appreciated. So an environment where individual differences are respected, appreciated, acknowledged is the space that we need to provide. So which is why all stakeholders, like the parents and the students and everyone. In terms of the community, It may take some time to build, but look at the way the digital community has actually been able to create so many spaces where very effective positive change has come. So using those platforms and actually using rather than taking on the role of, okay, we have to decide what is good for the students, it is about really asking them, involving them, being in being the co-creators of the larger world and community, because the kind of messages that can go from there are extremely important. So in communities, I strongly believe that mental health needs to be on top of the charts, whether it's our schools, whether it's communities, whether it's wherever else. We need to open spaces where people can talk about, look, this whole cognitive flexibility and, the need and the should about it is making me anxious. Am I flexible enough? Am I doing things enough? Because for some of us who have some mental health concerns, routine and structure is the way that we are coping with our day-to-day issues. And here cognitive flexibility demands that I change it all. I take a different route. I can't. And I'm coping very well with if I have that structured routine. So individual differences need to be catered to. And in a way, when I talk about mental health, or for example, anxiety, we're all on a spectrum, each one of us, whatever be our life stage or role, some more than the others, but we're all on a spectrum. So we have to create spaces in the community where these conversations are open, where vulnerability is all right, where it's okay to sort of say, I can't hack it, or this is confusing me, or I'm okay being this straight jacket person. The flexibility also means allowing for that. Some of us may be good with just that, with having a routine, sticking to it, because that's the way my brain is working, my limitation or my strength. Choose the word. That's my strength. My strength lies in the routine. If I have a certain kind of a learning difficulty, cognitive flexibility will actually make me even more anxious. So the need of the hour is to open these conversations, talk about it. Every single conference needs to put mental health out there. Why is it being seen as something that if you have a mental health concern, it makes you less productive? So we need to see the whole word productivity into a sense of purpose. And therefore we need to bring those spaces which are emotionally safe, which are open, which are non-judgmental, which appreciate individual differences. And that in the community can happen when students are also the ambassadors of this change. So when we are looking at change, it's not just the school, but each one of us is also the member of the community. So as mothers, as grandmothers, as aunts, as uncles, as grandfathers, as whoever else, what are we taking out? After all, who is the larger community? It's us. If I'm getting worried about my neighbor's son getting more marks than my child, and I'm also in this profession, I mean, what are we talking about? So the role it is a trickle effect, and each one of us can make that difference.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Nehru, do you want to add anything to that, or should we hand over for a vote of thanks?
Oh, that's fine. I think one line, cognitive flexibility to me will not increase in anxiety compared to cognitive rigidity. Cognitive rigidity will create anxiety. Cognitive flexibility will create empathy. The more a person is empathetic, the lesser a person would be anxious.
You're totally right. What I'm saying is that if the need becomes, that we have to be cognitively flexible, that can create anxiety, not flexibility by itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I know it's a debate that we can get into.
I think we'll have to tell Malini
yes, thank you so
next
much.
session and debate
Absolutely.
that one. But we won't allow that. So I will hand over to Reena. I think, Reena, you're giving the vote.
Yeah, thank you. So I would say food for the mind and the soul. That's what today's session has been. Professor Nehru, your concept of the VUCA world was a wonderful method of bringing out the need for our necessity to be adaptive in this world full of dynamism, which is the result of a plethora of new jobs which have got created in today's world. The interesting and logical way you brought out how our brain works and the four-quadrant theory of the brain, where our facts, futures, forms, and feelings are processed, made it evident that we, as an individual, can think differently in different situations. The color getting linked to the management styles was an eye-opener. In fact, I've clicked a photograph of that slide. And Dr. Arvinder, yes, a child comes into the world absolutely trusting. And we as educationists have the responsibility to create that safe emotional state for children. The emotional needs of all need to be protected. And the way you brought this out is surely going to ring a bell in everyone's mind to think about all around. And of course, my colleagues, their questions took the discussion to an even greater height. So thank you so much, Professor Raj Nehru, Dr. Arvinder J. Singh, Dr. Annie Koshi, Anuradha Joshi ji, of course, the chairperson, Malini Narayan, for bringing out a wonderful show. And this session was great. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear panelists, for that enriching discussion on the importance of flexibility, choice, and sensitivity in the changing contexts of learning and education today. Dear audience, we really hope you found some interesting takeaways for your classroom teaching in that session. We will be taking a short break of 5 minutes now. In the meantime, we request you to please visit the lobby area and look up the registration desk and other features. So we'll see you on the other side of this break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin with the next session, let me quote the American author and leadership expert John Maxwell, who said, "A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way." This indeed holds true for all heads of educational institutions too, whose actions inspire innumerable learners. So let us begin with our session titled Transforming Teaching, Inspiring Learning. We are honored to have on our panel Dr. David, Associate Dean, Associate Professor, Policy and Leadership, National Institute of Education, Singapore. He teaches in all the leadership programs for educational leaders from the Ministry of Education, Singapore, and is the writer of numerous books and journals. Dr. Anju Tandon, Vice Chairperson NPSC, and Ms. Sharmila Raheja, Principal Uttam School for Girls, Ghaziabad, have kindly consented to moderate the session for us. Ms. Anju Rana, Principal Seth Anandram Jaipuria School, Vasundhara, Ghaziabad, has gracefully consented to be the rapporteur for the session. So let me invite Dr. Anju Tandon and Ms. Sharmila Raheja for another very, very interesting session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. So, with your permission, we start the session.
Please, ma'am.
A pleasant afternoon to the August gathering. Singapore is one of the Asia's greatest success stories, transforming itself from a developing country to a modern industrial economy. During the last decade, Singapore education system remained consistently at or near the top of most major world educational ranking systems. It is interesting to know how this small country has achieved and sustained so much so quickly. Needless to say, the school education has been seen as a crucial and building both the economy and the nation. Their focus on building teachers and leadership capacity has been one of the most prominent leadership models. I take pride in introducing our esteemed keynote speaker and panelist, Dr. David, who will be sharing his views on transforming teaching and inspiring learning. Dr. David, school leaders are responsible for creating an environment and implementing practices that are conducive for fostering habits and practices that are crucial for future-ready outcomes. Who can be a better person than you, Dr. David, who has numerous research and papers and publications to his credit, who can throw light on implementing innovative leadership programs that helped Singapore to become one of the world's highest performing systems in PISA and other international standards. What transformational changes you would recommend to the leaders in meeting challenges for a future-ready school? Dr. David, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anju. It's my honor to be here, and though I don't see many of you, but I'm certainly heartfelt with thanks and that you are interested and participating in this particular conference so that you can get some ideas so you can bring back to your schools. I just want to say that, yes, we acknowledge that Singapore has done well in many of the international indicators. So one of the things that we constantly do is to make sure that we think ahead. So we look ahead and we plan ahead. So that's where I'm going to focus my talk and inviting you to also participate in this journey of looking towards the future as well. So I'm going to just share on three aspects briefly, because we don't have a lot of time and I know I stand between you and lunch. I'm going to talk about what the future is that we are moving towards too for Singapore, and I so invite you in this journey together. And secondly, I want to also share with you about a paradigm shift that's needed in the way we transform our teaching and learning based on that future. And then thirdly, I also want to share with you an exciting thing that I'm doing, another paradigm shift in the way we assess the future outcomes that we have defined. So those are the three aspects that we're talking about. And like I say, I'm going to be brief on those. And those of you who are interested, my slides there have the publications references, as well as a link to a major framework that you can access easily. And you can read the full details of the framework, which contain the full definition of the metrics of the future. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. So this was what I've been doing for the past 2 to 3 years to investigate the question about how do we develop future-ready learners who will, once they graduate from our system, co-create the living space in Singapore. How do we develop future-ready learners who will be able to take on changing life work? And we know that is a very fast-paced change that we are experiencing in many countries. And how do we prepare future-ready learners who have the kind of learning aptitude and learning ability to constantly learn? So those are the questions that I was exploring. And that exploration led me to delve deeply into our reports and many of the papers and syntheses from that to be able to come up with the future-ready learners framework, right? And so that has been roundly endorsed by international experts. I'm sure some of these names may be familiar to you. Anthony McKay, Professor Ken Leafwood, Professor George Siemens, Professor Philip Hellinger, Professor Toby Greene. And if you're interested, you can, next page, you can also take a look at the Global Ed talk I gave for the NCEE in Washington, DC. And as well as the ideas of my Future Ready Learners framework being adopted by international leadership centers around the world. So, like I say, that it is something that is practical, something that is important for us to consider. So based on that framework, I've come up with this new definition of a successful education system. I define a successful education system that will be able to develop future-ready learners who will continue to learn beyond graduation. That is important. We talk about lifelong learning. We don't want them to say that, you know, once I graduate from the school, all the knowledge is past and gone, and that's it. I'm equipped. No one is ever equipped. And so that's continuing to learn beyond graduation is important. And of course, being able and ready to take on future life work that keeps on changing. Yeah? And of course, also thrive in a changing society and environment. And there are monumental challenges that we face in the environment that will need us to prepare our learners right from this beginning part of it. So here I have a particular diagram that is interesting to look at if you want to think about transforming teaching and learning. We have the purposes of education, which I defined just now on about the learning outcomes, about preparing them for future life work, preparing them to thrive in society and an environment. Those are the purposes of education. Now, that purposes of education must keep pace with time. So I added a new dimension here, defining successful education, is to make sure that we are relevant for the time and think for the future. We cannot just only prepare them for the current. So the time dimension is very important. And the time dimension will flesh out the details of the context of the country. For example, in Singapore, we do know for the next 10 years where the economic direction will be going, what the society will be like in the trajectory of the development of society for the next 10 years. Likewise to the environmental challenges and so on. So those contexts provide us the details about what does it mean to take on future life work? What does it mean to thrive in a changing society and environment? And that context here, defining the purposes, will then therefore lead us to think about the practices we have in our school. The fourth dimension, practices here, where you talk about your leadership, your management, your teaching and learning, and of course your community practices. And if you combine these three together, when your practices are aligned to the purposes defined, specified context. And of course, the relevance of your education to feed into the context of your country, then have a successful education system, right? But over the years, what is important, I will point out to you afterwards here, is that as we begin to understand that the realities of the environment and the economy will move and shift over the years, then our inquiry method or the assumptions that we've used to inform our practices, they must also keep pace, right, and must change as well. So I'm going to give some examples of some of the inquiry methods we need to change in order to make sure that we have an alignment of our teaching learning practices to fulfill the purposes of education, to fulfill the needs of our context of the country. So this diagram here provides that. And so what is that, next slide here, then what is that particular outcomes that we have defined? For example, we say that we want to prepare future-ready learners who will continue to learn beyond graduation. Then what is the kind of learning attitude that they must have? What is the learning frame that they must adopt? They must, of course, have a desire to continue to learn for life, lifelong learning. But we must also be aware that learning is not just from the teachers, from the books. It's not a dispensing way, but it's learning from life itself, from the myriad experiences that we encounter. That's called life-wide learning. Yeah. So how do we prepare learners to have this ability to learn in all situations, not just confined to the classroom? And life deep learning, which that you develop in terms of mastery of subjects. So for the time being here, many schools and many education systems seem to focus very much on about standards, attainment in achievement. That's one aspect of life deep learning, which is mastery of skills. But sometimes you forget that the important part of it is that in life deep, there's also development of values. So we have to take these three aspects of lifelong, life deep, life-wide learning, life deep learning, into the way we inject into the learning environment of our school, right? The next set of outcomes, I'll just pick some of these. For example, if you look at economic trajectory for Singapore, right? I put here the trajectory for Singapore for the next 10 years here is we are moving up the scale of high value manufacturing. That is a synthesis that is very logical. You don't need deep insight to arrive at this trajectory, simply because if Singapore were to start manufacturing, let's say this clicker, it's a low-level technology thing, right? And you will have to pay very expensive salary to Singaporeans to manufacture a very cheap manufacturing product, right? And you will result in the cost of the clicker to be very high. We will never be competitive. We will never be able to compete with our neighbors. So the only way we compete economically is to move up the trajectory of high-value manufacturing. So you have a whole long list of this. In the trajectory I map out based on Singapore's economy and the environment and the social part of it here. Now keep this in mind. Our country, any country, doesn't change overnight. The economy doesn't change overnight. If you want to change your economy, it takes years to build up infrastructure, to develop capability for the direction of the economy. So there is a bit of certainty in where the country is heading in the economy. Likewise, so society don't change overnight. Politics may change overnight, we can see that, but society doesn't change overnight. But certainly, again, the direction where the society is moving because of influences and so on, we can project the trajectory of it. For example, in society here, we certainly can get from the newspapers in the past few years here, misinformation and influence of social media is a big influence in changing societal values. That's the trajectory. A lot of misinformation, a lot of fake news. Yeah, and so we do know for certainty where the direction is heading, right? And likewise to environmental challenges. So it was based on that thorough analysis of the direction where Singapore is going that we map out then the skills and the knowledge and the values needed in order to be prepared for the kind of future trajectory, such as skills mastery, lifelong life-by-life learning, innovation, value creation, and so on along these. Next slide here will then show us that while we talk a lot about the competencies and the skills and knowledge and practices needed, we have to keep in mind that in the school system, right, you cannot devote sufficient time to develop a full flesh out full development of the competencies, let's say innovation. You don't have the time to develop innovative mindset, right? Or innovative skills, so to speak, in the school, because you have to finish teaching the subjects, you have to make sure you achieve the standards. And on top of this, you have a lot of the competencies that we have identified. So what I did is to move into the next step. I took the skills and not this page, before this page here, the back here. So what I did was I took the list of skills and competencies, and then I asked myself the question, what are some of the fundamentals that actually cut across many of these skills? And I discovered that there are actually a number of fundamental practices that cut across, for example, innovation, value creation, and so on. So I pick out 6 habits or practices that we can actually develop in our school system, right, to prepare them to be ready for the full development of those competencies along the way or after they finish the school system. Let me pick ideation, for example. Ideation is a habit and is a fundamental habit that is actually closely related to innovation, creative thinking, and critical thinking and value creation. Let me put it simply. If you don't have ideas, you don't have innovation. If you don't start with ideas, there is no creativity. If you don't have ideas, you don't have new values that you can create. So ideation is a fundamental practice that all students must develop through the years. And so therefore, I'm advocating here is that if I can create a learning environment that enables students here to develop ideation habits over the years, so that by the time they finish school and then out in the workforce, they already have this habit to continually ideate in order to solve new problems in the future. It is that. So for a full flash, next slide. A full flash of this metrics and so on, I invite you to download the framework and make the reference here. I want to talk, maybe give an example of the challenges here related, for example, to the environment part. So next slide, please. So let me give an example of the practical way we think in terms of the future. A future ready for living, especially the environmental effects and trajectory. Now, this is a very important understanding that when we increase in urbanization, it will result in increase in consumption of matter, which is physical infrastructure, food, water, and also energy, electricity, sunlight, electromagnetic spectrum, and so on. Next slide gives you a maybe pictorial understanding of this. So you see, this is Singapore. On the left was before the development of the famous iconic buildings now, right? And on the right here, you have this new development, the Museum of Science, and as well as the iconic shipbuilding, right, of Marina Bay Sands. Now, if you think about that, the development or the building of Marina Bay Sands and the Museum of Arts and Science, you will require matter, infrastructure. You have to take from somewhere. You have to mine it, you have to get it from somewhere. And so therefore, any increase in urbanization will result in the increase in consumption of matter. And likewise, the consumption of energy. And the question we ask, right, is this: what is the model that we provide for this increased consumption of matter and also energy? Well, typically what the government will do is that the government put in the money participate with the private and then develop this infrastructure. But that is a model that will continue to deprive and deplete rather our environmental resources. So money spent to buy those resources is not a sustainable model. So the only way we move forward in this kind of environmental challenges here is that we have to prepare our learners to think of ideas or come up with new ideas and then finally come up with innovative solution. What are the substitutes for matter that we can use? What are our alternatives for energy that we can use? Not just only burning from fossil, not just only given by the government. So in order to do that, we have to start preparing our learners now to have a habit of ideation, habit of prototyping, that finally, when they encounter these kind of challenges here, they are more ready to provide a solution. That solution is for the future, right? So that's the example of it. So I map out, for example, next slide. Some of these trajectory we look at: increased urbanization, global environmental problems, and we know that we need to emphasize on renewable energy. So what are the skills mastery still needed? Innovation, value creation, and so on. So that's where I have defined some of these future-ready outcomes and future-ready habits that all students must have, starting from the grade 1 of or the level 1 of their school all the way to their post-secondary education. So now that's the first part I've talked about. Now I want to give you a little bit more specific, the next slide, on a paradigm shift that we need to adopt in changing our teaching and learning. So therefore, I'm putting a star there on the inquiry method, which is the assumptions and the practices that we have adopted in order to inform the way we teach and the way we learn, right? So, so next slide, please. So one of the paradigm shifts here is that whenever we think about schooling, think about education, we have to refocus our education and make the kind of shift in our paradigm to look at the magnitude of learning to achieve the learning outcomes is not just only based on current, but include the time dimension of future. A question I want to raise is this, is that how much dedicated time, activities do we put into the learning time of students here that actually prepare them for the future? That's magnitude of learning, right? And you find that actually in many education systems, the magnitude of the teaching and learning activities is geared towards preparing students to meet the current assessment, examination, and the standards. Very little time is dedicated to prepare them for the future. Right? So one paradigm shift, rethink some of the things that we need to do in the school. Ask ourselves, what are the activities that we are putting in the students' experiences where these are related to the future outcomes that we talk about in the time dimension. And I think it's also important to have a paradigm shift in the way we use the word students and learners, right? Students give us a concept that we have a specific time, a specific amount of knowledge that we need to achieve, need to finish studying, so to speak. You study, you complete that, and that's it, and then you move on to the next. Now that concept then tend to give a focus on learning about subjects, right? But if you change the concept of students to learners, then you're more ready to adopt lifelong, life-wide, life deep learning, because a learner never finishes learning, not even after you finish your school. So adopt the new concept that we are all learners, not just students, but us, myself. I'm constantly learning, right, as a learner. It's a new paradigm shift. Then another new paradigm shift, next slide, please, is we have to think about the curriculum that we are using, we are teaching our students. It's not just 21st century curriculum, but that curriculum is also context derived. And we ask the question, what does India want for the future? And what's India's trajectory in the economy 10 years from now? What's India's trajectory in the society 10 years from now? What's India's trajectory in the environment 10 years from now? And I can bet you there are a lot of similarities between your trajectory and Singapore's trajectory. So we have to understand a little bit more about our own specific country, the context. Derive from that the kind of curriculum that you can now start to put into the teaching and learning practices. Finally, I will share with you a little bit about the paradigm shift in the way we assess future-ready outcomes. Okay, so let me give you some practical examples first. Next slide. An example of how we can create learning environment to promote innovation, creative thinking, value creation in the school. Now, as I've said, right, innovation, creative thinking, value creation starts with important things here. Important aspect of the fundamental building block is ideation. So the first thing here, learners must have opportunities for ideation. I ask you this question. How often do we allow our students to select their own topic for their assignments? And most of the time we say, no, this is the topic you're supposed to do, and this is what you're expected to do. There's hardly any suggestion, any ideas from the students. Right? I will also share with you what I've done, for example, in Singapore. We have allowed some of our students here, right, to explore the idea of what color in the wall that would actually keep students here focused in their study and not distracted. And we gave them money to buy paint in the classroom to experiment with the idea. They repainted the classroom with, let's say, pink, and then they do an assessment and find out students' concentration during even the pink classroom. If it doesn't work, try another color. So there's a bit of messiness in the classroom, no doubt. But at the end of the day, if everything don't work out, we paint it back to the original color. But the whole purpose, as I've shared here, is that these are just some ideas about some practices that we can think about. How do we promote students to come up with ideas and develop this habit? A habit is something that's repeated. If you repeat that many times over the years of the primary school and secondary school, they will have the habit of ideation. Right? And so the example of students think of the idea of pink, then I allow them to prototype, actually paint the classroom. Yeah, and so you allow them to experiment prototyping. And if indeed, for example, pink is found to be really conducive to get students calming down and concentrate on studies, then we get the students here to communicate to the school principal and adopt this pink classroom for all the classrooms. That's entrepreneurship. And that's important. So these are some examples of a learning environment that we can change. And finally, next slide. I want to share with you is that, okay, so I have come out with defining what future-ready outcomes are. I have defined also the habits that we need to develop in our school. How do we measure that? How do we measure it? That's important, right? All of us are keen to make sure that we know how to measure that. And so this is what I'm doing now. I'm developing analytic predictive machine learning models to measure ideation. Now, that's another paradigm shift. You see, our current way of thinking here is always, how do you assess? We assess it by pen and paper. You know, in exams, we assess it through your project outcome. But we know that students' learning process takes place in an entire system. And with the kind of learning technology that we have today, as long as you leave some footprints in the internet, we are able to mine it. And if we are able to also link it finally to the outcome, we will be able to associate all the contribution towards that kind of outcome. So this is what I'm doing now. I'm asking myself the question, to what extent do learners exhibit a habit of ideation in Singapore National Institute of Education? And I'm developing the model to identify multiple data points that impact student learning outcomes. So because the purpose of it is that if I can predict habits of ideation, then I can use it to redesign teaching and learning interventions that can promote development of the habit of ideation. Yep. That's all I have to share. And I'm happy to take any questions. Like I say, I'll try to keep this short. And over to you, Dr. Andrew.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Dr. David, for definitely it is a great insight into effective implementation of strategic academic quality initiatives that Singapore has taken for diversifying learning into lifelong, life-wide, and life-deep learning. That's a beautiful concept. So before I ask a question, I would like to request my co-moderator, Sharmila Raheja, to ask a question.
Thank you, Dr. David. There have been so many things. As the journey started, I thought that let me ask him: is there a framework for ideation? And then comes the last few slides where you shared that with us. So your views, Dr. David, are relevant to schools all across the world. In that context, where does and how does a school leadership judge itself? Where are they on this learning journey? And then how would you think, what would be the first few steps that you tell us that this is how you could possibly begin?
That's a good question. Most of the time we forget the purposes of education. We can phrase it, we can say it, but when it comes to practice, we tend to be very narrow in defining the purpose. That purpose tend to be defined in a way that you want to make sure that students are able to, achieve the examinations requirement, the standards. So there's only one aspect of the purpose of education. But we always give well, it depends on time, it depends on need. We will talk a little bit about the two other purposes, which is preparing them to be good citizens, about society, about living environment, challenges, and so on. We need to prepare them for life work, and we don't give enough thinking towards that. So what my framework did was to flesh out the other two purposes. And those two purposes are derived from Singapore's context. So my suggestion is that if school leaders were to think a little bit deeper and read from the many reports I'm sure you may have in Singapore, in India's, looking towards the next 10 years, where the direction of the economy is heading, where the society is also evolving, you will have plenty of ideas to flesh out the other two purposes. That will inform you, then that will think about how can I then develop my students for that kind of future. So one of the questions sometimes I'll bring to my principals, as I also teach my school principals in Singapore here. I ask them, so if you look at 10 students today, right, and I count them off, there are 10 of you, right? So if they were to finish the school today, I'm going to ask you the question, how well have you prepared them to take on jobs in Singapore? Right? And the reality, for example, in Singapore here is that every 10 person, 8 person will end up doing services jobs. Only 2 person will be doing manufacturing.
And that's a good way. Yeah, that's a very clear and
Precisely.
a crisp answer.
Yeah. And so I asked them, how well are you preparing them for the services job where they apply knowledge and expertise in solving problems? It's not just being good to memorize your physics concepts and exam and so on, but you use your physics concepts now to solve physics problems in society, in organizations, and so on. So that's a question, for example, we ask our school principals. And I hope the principals in India also will also think about this. What's the future like for India, for our graduates here?
And the process has started very extensively in our country too. And there is a lot of food for thought for policymakers, school leadership all over our country. And your views are very, very relevant in that. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. David, I have a question. Like the whole world is moving toward the consumeristic approach of the West. How did your model sustain, promoted the concept of sustainable education in the schools?
Okay. Sustainability can be defined in multiple ways, right? So we want to talk about, let's say, sustainability in terms of longevity of the ability to continue to improve yourself and make yourself relevant, and that's the importance of sustainability of education. So one of the key things here I think we have to keep in mind is that if you can prepare learners who have the ability and the know-how, for example, and the practice of constantly learning, like I say, lifelong, life-wide, life deep, that's a most powerful sustainability gift that you can give to the student. Because we as educators and we as teachers will never be able to equip them for a changing knowledge, changing society, changing jobs, because we have our limitations. So sustainability will come where the learners, after they have taken the most from us as educators, as professors, they continue to learn as new challenges evolve and new problems come, and then they find their own solutions. They don't have to wait until you call them back. This is a course that I've designed for you. Please come back and I teach you now. Because you know what, by the time I design a course to deal with a current problem that I've identified, that problem has already evolved. You know, it takes some time to you to develop a course. Yeah. So sustainability here is the ability of a learner here to constantly apply learning concepts to deal with new challenges and arrive at solutions based on that new reality.
One very quick question, Dr. David. You gave us a link for your framework for future readiness. Do you have a link for the last few slides where we could read further? I didn't see that.
Yeah, those are brand new things I'm doing.
Okay.
So I haven't,
we'll wait for your
published it
paper.
yet. Yes.
Okay, we'll wait for that.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's my question. Over to my other co-panelists.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your pearls of wisdom with us that help Singapore to be consistently on the top position of the education world. So I would, we have numerous questions with us, and I have with us the principals of different schools in Delhi. So may I invite Dr. Datta, Dr. Vijay Datta, Principal Modern School, Parakamba, New Delhi, to ask a question, please. Dr. Datta, please unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
First of all, I must appreciate Dr. David for talking about education in the manner in which you did. You talked about the learner-centric environment. You talked about the future-ready learning. They are indeed concepts very close to my heart. What do you think about the reverse mentoring in this situation? How much do you think, to what extent reverse mentoring fits into the environment of learner-centric approach?
That's an interesting and very specific question on reverse mentoring. Not exactly my field, but I am guessing what you are asking here is that you know, instead of the mentor-mentee relationship typically that we assume, like a teacher-student relationship, now you have some form of reverse where there is this co-learning together, co-mentoring together. So that's what I am assuming that you are suggesting. Yes, certainly. It is one where I think not just necessarily reverse mentoring, but think a little bit about reverse teaching and learning, right? In the sense that if we can co-create the kind of learning environment together, that is teachers and students together doing it, right? That will be something important. Let me give you one example of something that I've seen in UK. A principal was walking around, right, and then found this group of level 12 students doing a particular essay. They were comparing Shakespeare with somebody around Shakespeare's time, right, literary giants, right? And so then one of the students said, you know what, you asked us to compare with, you know, these two writers whom we know nothing about because we are now in 2010, for example, right? We can read the works, but we don't know them. You know, it'd be interesting if we were to compare Shakespeare with, let's say, The person who wrote Harry Potter. What's her name again?
J.K. Rowling?
Yes, J.K. Rowling. Yeah, J.K. Rowling. That we know, see, because we have read her books and we have seen her, for example. And the principal said, you know, that's a good idea. So why not go ahead and do it? Now that's an example of, you know, if you were to use the reverse mentoring part, here is the reverse teaching and learning. And the students here, we suggest to the principal a new way of comparing these two literal giants. Yeah. And then, of course, one is in modern times, one is in olden times. And the whole point of it here is that you still fulfill the purpose of comparing. And you still use the same features here to do the comparison. That probably is something like I say is that maybe close to what you're suggesting of the reverse mentoring part. So I think teachers ought to be a bit more open and not so tied down to, yes, this is what you must do exactly. So, yeah.
Especially with the computers today, the children are so good at computers, we can really learn from them. So having a learner-centric environment is the right thing, and you very correctly related it to the future-ready learning.
Yeah, thank you. May I now move on to Ms. Manju Sethi, Principal of Bluebells International School, New Delhi, to take up her question, please.
Hello, Dr. David. So much to learn from you today. So much to take away from this session, preparing for the future. So the 21st century education is being thought of in terms of innovations, such as administering complex performance tasks, that is ideation, integrating rubrics for student self-assessment and peer assessment, and transforming professional learning models. What are some of the most promising innovations or successful policies in education you've seen in recent times? And how do you see digital technology impacting the educational landscape in the future?
That is a very comprehensive question. It will require quite a lot of time to unpack it. But basically, I would just say that, you know, every country and every education system is tinkering, experimenting, making changes in order to improve its education outcomes. Right? And what I've seen over the years is that if an education system broadens the learning outcomes, that is what we will consider as important, not necessarily just innovative, but important, because ultimately you want to make sure that you fulfill the purpose of education, which is preparing the individuals for the future. So that outcome, if you broaden it to include 21st century CC competencies or my future ready framework, those are just some examples of this. I've also seen a system, for example, in Finland, where the emphasis is very much on the learning process of it. That itself has its strengths, because the learning process takes precedence in much of the things that they do. And the outcome or the assessment outcome is more or less like a byproduct. I think that is also useful and innovative, because in a country, if you were to develop this whole society, whole large future citizens, right? Large group of future citizens here who have this hunger to learn and inquisitiveness in their mind, then you find that they are ready to contribute to the development of any new innovations in the future, any new interventions in the future. So the point is that we have to see students and learners, we have used the word learners now, we have to see learners as not somebody whom we need to prepare and develop them now, but we need to see them as one where eventually they are going to be the key people in society who will continue to contribute to the development of the economy, meeting the challenges of the environment, and development of our society as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. David, for sharing your strategic thoughts with all of us. And we're really grateful for your precious time. Now over to Manju. We were already cautioned to keep to the time limit. So over to Manju Rana to propose a word of thanks to our speaker.
Very good afternoon. And I must say that today's interactive session by our keynote speaker, Dr. David, on transforming teaching and inspiring learning was indeed quite insightful and engaging. Thank you so much, Dr. David, for your comprehensive view about the educational design and structure to create future-ready learners, or probably graduate student. I think it's rightfully the need of the hour. And thank you for redefining what successful education should be like. It was extremely illuminating listening to you. Thank you to my colleagues, Anju Tandon and Sharmila Raheja, for moderating the session so beautifully as always. And thank you once again to all for joining us, and hope we all are taking a lot from this session. Namaste.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you, dear panelists, for talking about effective leadership goals for grooming successful future learners. Dear audience, looking at that clock, IST, I'm sure all of you are now thinking about more mundane goals, lunch. So we'll take a short lunch break now and join back sharp at 2:15 for the next session. We will request you once again to please visit the lobby area and enjoy the videos curated just for you. Thank you, and see you at the other side of the break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
For the concluding session of the conference, let me take inspiration from John Lennon as I mold his prophetic words. Imagine there's no discrimination. It's easy if you try. No one above or below us, and all kids have wings to fly. Imagine all the schools working for the future as one. You may say, I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and all the schools will work as one. This session is a tribute to NPSC's commitment to international partnerships with schools from all over the world. The collaborative spirit and synergized efforts of schools continued to foster new goals for education despite the crisis posed by the pandemic. So let us begin with an exciting session titled Moving from Reactive to Proactive, Adapting to the New World. Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC and Principal Army Public School Shankar Vihar, and Ms. Meenakshi Sahni, Principal Modern School Vasant Vihar, New Delhi, have graciously accepted to be the moderators for this exciting session. I now invite Ma'am, that is Ms. Malini Narayanan and Ms. Meenakshi Sahni to please take over the session.
Thank you, Monica. A very good afternoon to everyone. A very warm welcome to our international partners who join us this afternoon. I'm very proud to introduce this new session to the NPSC. This is the first time we are virtually conducting the conference, and the icing on the cake is that we managed to invite our international partners, which we always wanted to do for every conference, but we have them with us virtually. The pandemic has impacted the education sector and the health sector in the most unprecedented ways. But I think it is the gift of the pandemic that we have our international partners with us virtually for the 48th conference. A very warm welcome to all our partners. I must also mention here that while teaching and learning in schools and classrooms, we are talking about hybrid learning and teaching. It is time now to look at hybrid conferences too. So maybe the start that we've made this year would be carried forth by the next executive too. And we have all our partners joining us every time. The beginning that we've made should be taken forth with great enthusiasm and vigor. So welcome once again, and joining me in co-moderating this session is Ms. Meenakshi Sahni. She's the principal of the Modern School, Vasant Vihar. I have the pleasure of introducing partners from 9 schools across the world, from 9 different countries. And I must also compliment the host schools who facilitated in inviting our partners for this conference. So let me quickly introduce you. We have Ms. Natasha from Australia, and the host school is SD Public School, Delhi. We have Mr. Peter from Denmark, and the host school is Alcon International School, Mayur Vihar. Miss Elizabeth joins us from Germany, and the host school is Springdale School, Pusa Road. Mr. Andres is from Italy, and Seth Anantram Jaipuria School, Ghaziabad is the host school. Professor Jerzy joins us from Poland, and Delhi Public School, Sector 45, Gurugram is the host school. Miss Tatiana is from Moldova, and Kulachi Hansraj Model School is the host school. Miss Olga from Russia, and DLF Public School has kindly introduced her to us. Professor Lin is from Taiwan. Darbari Lal DAV Model School, Shalimar Bagh, has kindly invited him to the NPSC. Miss Elisa is from the United Kingdom. Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Mehta Vidyalaya is the host school. So a warm and a hearty welcome to all of you. I will now request Miss Natasha from Australia, Mr. Peter from Denmark, Elizabeth from Germany, and Mr. Andreas from Italy, and of course, joined by Professor Jerzy from Poland to be on screen first, and we will take the conversation further with all others in the next round. So welcome once again, and forum, we could have them all on screen, please. Great, wonderful to see all of you.
Hello.
The pandemic, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, if you're there, you can put on your camera so that we can see you. Okay, so I'm sure technology would take its little time, and I'm sure she joins us soon. The entire year of last year has seen some very difficult times for all of us in school, getting, whether it's the children, parents, or the teachers. So this is the time we're gathering together to check back on what the challenges were in your own country and environment. What were the new learnings that all of us picked up from the pandemic that kept us away from school for so long? So I'd love to hear from all of you. So we'll give ourselves 2 to 3 minutes to talk about what our experience was in the past 1 year, and how did we overcome it, and what were the new learnings from that? What are the new strategies that we changed our routines to, and how we now going to look at coming back to school? As the heading suggests, it is moving from being reactive to proactive. Reactive, we reacted to the pandemic. Now it's time to take charge and become proactive so that we can now adapt to the new world. So Natasha, may I please request you to please share your views?
Okay, so my context is I'm in a very small school in a remote part of Victoria. So Victoria was affected by the pandemic more than the rest of Australia. So we had 2 lockdowns, one for 6 weeks, and then later in the year we had another one for 8 weeks. And we still had some students on site, so we still had the essential workers and vulnerable children on site that we had to supervise. So in the first lockdown, we really tried to cover all of our curriculum, and that was a very big burden for both parents and teachers. And we had a lot of teachers working from home in the first lockdown. And it caused a lot of stress and upset for our students and families. So we learnt from that, and in the second lockdown, we concentrated on essential learnings only. So the students did mathematics, they did essential writing and essential reading, and we left the other subjects be for that second lockdown. And we focused more on wellbeing and use tools to meet with the students, really to keep track of their wellbeing and make sure they were okay. Our context is also that we live very close to the state border. So the state border was actually closed for a lot of that second lockdown. So a third of our students and staff couldn't travel across the border to our town or to our school at all during that time. So we had a second school set up across the state border for our students and teachers that were working across there. So that was quite innovative, because in South Australia there was not the level of COVID in South Australia, and there was not the same level of restrictions. So we, even though in our community we had no COVID at all and still had no cases at all, we were under the harsh restrictions of Melbourne, and just 20 kilometres away, where most of our students lived, or a third of our students and staff lived. There was virtually no restrictions. So, but yes, moving forward into 2021, we now have all of our students back. So we've had one more 3-day lockdown already in the first 4 weeks of school, but we are all back at school again. And we have been given flexibility from the Victorian Education Department across the whole state to focus solely on catch-up and extension for students. So a lot of the other initiatives that were bubbling along prior to 2020 and at the beginning of 2020, we don't have to focus on. We just really need to focus on each and every student in an individual way. So we are meeting and we discuss every student and their goals and our actions to either catch them up or extend them to make up for 2020.
That's really nice.
That's our work.
Thank you so much. And Natasha, setting up of that second school is such a new idea. And it's not that, every school can afford to do it. I'm sure you had the state support and you had the support, financial assistance and all of that to ensure that that was done. So, Peter, may I please request you to share your views on what Natasha just finished saying. There was a drastic cut and, a requirement to reduce the curriculum, the content of the curriculum. So did Denmark also look at something like this? Did you look at a revisit at the curriculum, and did you feel the need to scale it down so that the children were not excessively stressed for wanting to finish and meet some grade level?
Yeah, thank you. I think at the beginning I should tell that my school is a school of 1,100 students, and they are in the age of 15 to 20 years. It's not small children. It is called a gymnasium, which is 10th to 12th grade. In Denmark, we have had a lockdown since December, and the politicians have made an agreement to reduce parts of the curriculum in Denmark, but it's not. We are not sure exactly which parts has to be reduced, but also there will be made some local decisions, and those decisions haven't been made yet. We are awaiting legislation, a new law about how to reduce the curriculum. I would say that we have coped well with the lockdown. We've had 6 years of development for the teachers and the students in order to use and understand digital learning, and these 6 years have been well used, I think. So we could immediately turn on the computers and have virtual education. So I think that we are coping with the curriculum and the education of the students, but I think the difficulty is that in the long run, the students are feeling very alone, isolated. They have problems with concentration. They have a schedule of almost 8 hours a day with a computer in front of them, and they are getting tired. They lack concentration, and they have those problems. I hope very much that the lockdown will end soon in Denmark. Now it has been decided to open in parts of Denmark, but not in the part where I live. But it is an experiment to see, is it possible to have some physical education in some parts of the country under restrictions, saying that not too many are going to be together, and every student has to be tested twice a week. So I hope we can come back soon, and these restrictions, we could live with them. But I think in the long run, there will be a problem of the students' mental health. It is not healthy for young people to be isolated for too long. Also, they need to learn some social skills, and it's very important for us that they work together and they have a responsibility together and they make things happen together. And all those events and things have been cancelled. So there are some challenges, but I think we cope with them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Meenakshi, would you like to come in and, speak to Andreas? Would you like to do that?
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. And Andreas, from our knowledge of your country, it was one of the worst hit. And obviously, with the population getting affected in such large numbers, schooling must have completely shut down for this entire period of 1 year. So we've been talking about learning gaps that have arisen, even in parts of the world where a little or some teaching happened. Could you share your experiences of what happened to schooling in Italy and what strategies were adopted by you to address the problems and the challenges that came out of the blue?
Thank you so much for the question. Of course, I'm so glad to be here with you all today. And I share my gratitude to India and Bharat because we have been receiving such great support and precious support in the last, I can say, 5-6 years. I live in Umbria, in the Umbria region in central Italy. It is called the Heart Green, the green heart of our country because of its beauty. And I was in the 5th grade last year. I am a primary school teacher. I have been teaching in the Primo Circolo, First Circolo Didattico San Filippo in the last, I think, 15 years or so. I am in my 25th years of career, and I think our institution is an educating community. We have been changed a lot of things in the last 10, 12 years, and I have the honor to be in this school where I have learned a lot of things. We were there in March, and one Wednesday at the beginning of March, our coordinator, of course, said, please pack everything because tomorrow we won't be at school. And everything started. I think the leadership and the management is demonstrated, and the whole school organization demonstrated an excellent capability. Can I say of reaction, if you want, but of course based on the pro-action we've been developing in the last 10, 11 years. And I think also one of the things that we could demonstrate, and this school could demonstrate, was acting in continuity. And this is what was really, really impressive for me, because we could, everyone, the teachers, the leadership, the management, the school coordinator, were able to act in continuity. And of course, the protagonist of the learning, so the children, and also the parents who accompanied us in a magnificent way. So I was in the grade 5, so it was easy for my students and also for my colleagues, because in Italy, in the primary school, 6 to 10 years of education, we educate in teams. So basically we are 3-4 teachers, and I was responsible for the English learning and teaching together with the ICT. The capability of reaction was excellent, and we reduced, of course, we were online via Google Meet Monday to Friday. We reduced the amount of hours, of course, especially for 3 years, for 3 hours a day, from 9 a.m. To 12:30. We kept the recess time, of course. We used to do breaks in the middle of the morning. And yes, the ministry, of course, the ministry and the government, the Ministry of Education devoted some 85 million euros. Of course, we supported the families in needs by providing free connection to internet, free devices, free tablets and computers. Of course, the ministry set up special training courses for the teachers. One thing that I can mention is that in Italy, each year we receive a bonus, a sum of 500 euros. So many teachers devoted these resources to purchase devices to improve the quality of their home-based education. I think, yeah, the continuity with what we were doing before was the main thing that I can share with you. Of course, there were many moments of joy, and this is the most beautiful time for me to say thank you to our partner school, Magnificent Set, Anandram, Jaipuria, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, because the international dimension was kept in our curriculum, and the international school where I was serving has been active for so many years in the international dimension of education, and European, of course, with many partnerships. So imagine that with Seth and Andram, we ran a program, an exchange program online for 3 days, and were 3 magnificent days of joint education, exchanging of intercultural food, creativity, art crafts. And I can tell you that the Indian teachers, as well, of course, as many others educators, American, European, so you co-educated our students during 3 months. I'm on sabbatical now. I'm not at school, but of course, great joy, great gratitude to India, to Bharat, to Uttar Pradesh, to all of you, because you supported us a lot, and you enabled our children not to be alone, but to nourish their joy, and the teachers to enrich their style with yours, and the management, of course, to get any useful lessons that we can to continue. So our words is a word of happiness, is a word of trust, is a word of hope, because what we learn is that we can and we need to concentrate on life. We need to focus on our strength always. Was it a reaction? What is the balance with the reacting and proacting? And we are here, so we continue to do a magnificent job together, and this day demonstrate how able we are to act together for the future learning.
Thank you so much. Andreas, I think Manju Rana will be delighted because she is there, and such words of praise about the school. And I think that these are the bonds of trust that build over years. And we now know that the English teacher in you speaks, because your English is fabulous. And thank you for sharing such insights with us. Professor Yessi, we would love to hear from you as to how this was challenging for you in your country, in Poland. Professor Yessi, I think
let me
you are on mute.
interpret. Panie Jerzy, do Pana
Yes.
pytanie teraz.
Yes,
Jak na ile było to wyzwanie dla...
Thank you very much. My school, Academic High School number 8 in Kraków, the former capital of Poland, has been cooperating since 2014 with Delhi Public School Gurgaon, led by visionary principal Mrs. Aditi Misra. And even the pandemic has not become an obstacle to the continuation of our fruitful cooperation. For example, we organized a virtual exhibition of our students' artworks. This example is an excellent illustration of the topic of today's debate, moving from reactive to proactive, because the virtual cooperation of schools is precisely a preemptive action. Is this, as we say in Poland, quantum leap? And everyone present here knows very well that the preemptive strategy is the essence of proactivity. Probably mainly virtual contact will stay with us longer than we thought earlier. And now the COVID-19 pandemic is fundamental circumstance that it has forced us on the massive scale to move from the state of reacting to situations that have already occurred to the state of anticipation and creating desired situations, thanks to which the unwanted is avoided. The pandemic has intensified the search for proactive solutions in many areas of life, including education. Because this time is very difficult in liquid modernity, to recall the popular term of the world famous Polish scientist Zygmunt Bauman. And when we talk about volatility, uncertainty, liquidity, the term VUCA comes to mind. And the second term, introduced by Bob Johansen, VUCA prime. Both are commonly used today in management theory, and I think that they also turn out to be very useful in education. In this short speech, I'm not going to create new theoretical models, don't afraid, but I would like to say a few remarks with VUCA in the background. One of the components of VUCA is vision. Like many educational institutions, my school has developed its vision, which define the main goal of our activities, to ensure thorough intellectual and emotional growth. This goal is known to all members of the school community. It's accepted by them, which facilitates joint efforts to achieve it. And this is a kind of imperative, regardless of changing conditions. And even the pandemic didn't change it, thanks to which, keeping in mind our vision, after the lockdown was announced in March last year, we acted proactively in advance, agility in a VUCA prime instrument, immediately, 2 days after the school were closed. Starting after training of teachers, full-scale remote teaching. While most schools for many weeks limited themselves to emailing tasks and instructions by teachers to be done by students at home, our teachers conducted real-time classes via communication platforms, mainly Zoom, constantly enriching their digital skills and depending their orientation in the available applications and the digital teaching aids. Moving from reactive to proactive, we have forewarned in practice, we have eliminated the need to bridge learning gaps in the large scale, which undoubtedly awaits most schools in Poland as a reactive action. Probably my school will also need some supplementary classes because regardless of the solutions used, distance learning is less effective than in-person learning. But it won't be a big problem for us to solve. As I mentioned, if the goal is clear, VUCA prime clarity, and the members of the school community understand it, VUCA prime understanding, it's much easier to mobilize everyone to get involved in the implementation of the plans. The community feeling of solidarity, unity of aspirations and values is strengthened. And one only remark, forgive me, but about parents. In my school, the difficult time of the pandemic greatly mobilized my parents, who previously didn't necessarily always clearly manifest their belonging to the school community and identification with its goals. Moving to a completely new way of teaching and organizing the school due to pandemic, we have intensified contacts between the school and parents who have clearly felt themselves to be members of the school community. Under these conditions, a chain of good hearts appeared. Parents massively put forward pro bono initiatives to provide various forms of assistance and support, from the simplest, helping people in quarantine to make purchases, taking the dog for a walk, to highly specialized legal advice, very important for people running businesses in the situation of changing law due to pandemic, and medical. I was impressed with this activity of parents. And the last remark, it's very important with but and very important circumstance. We need to ensure the right atmosphere at school, respect for emotional attitudes, spiritual experiences, and inner convictions of members of school community. Schools after the pandemic will certainly use digital tools in teaching much more often and better than before pandemic, with a positive impact on the learning outcomes. They will more often use the project method or solving problems in small group. Maybe we will even manage to bridge the digital divide. But by changing the school in terms of methodological solutions and technical equipment, we must not allow technology to dehumanize us. Sorry. Students, teachers, and parents must feel psychologically comfortable. It's very important for me. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think you've spoken our heart, because we couldn't agree more, because this entire period, the bonding that's happened between the parents and the school, and the sense of belonging, and the sense that we are all in this together, I think has manifested most beautifully during this time. I must also talk about you mentioning the VUCA world. We just had a session which talked about how uncertainties have helped us to adapt in so many different ways. We'll come back to you. Please don't go away anywhere. Let me take the opportunity of calling in our other panelists. We have Tatiana from Moldova. Please join us, Tatiana. Miss Olga from Russia, Professor Lin, Dr. Lin from Taiwan, and we have Elisa from UK. And may I ask Meenakshi, please take over and do interact with them, Meenakshi.
Thank you, Malini. And I must congratulate all our partners for having displayed the highest levels of resilience and adaptability following the medical, frontline workers all over the world. Because I think if there's one community that has stood up to this challenge stronger than ever before, irrespective of caste, color, creed, is that of the educators. So congratulations to you all, and thank you for joining us. And my question I will address to Ms. Tatiana.
Actually, just a moment. They're just coming in. They're getting pinned to the screen. So we have the challenge of 9 people moving in and out of 5 panels. So I think it's just going to take them half a second to get them in. But it's amazing how the conversation sounds familiar, because these are the same issues and problems that we've faced across the country. And there's such a lot of sharing in this and some beautiful new ideas that have come up. Wonderful. Welcome in. And Meenakshi, request you to share your interactions and thoughts.
Yes, thank you. So Tatiana, I read up a little on you, and I learned that you have been the Global Learning Coordinator. And so nice to hear that there is something carrying out specifically a role like that in an organization. I am curious what your role is about, and what did you make of it during the past year, and how did it differ from how it was before the pandemic happened? Just for everybody's benefit, Tatiana got into the online mode in a very serious way, I believe 10 years ago, when she first discovered for herself that she could take online courses. And I believed it changed her life for her. And she's also been the founder of an e-twinning project. We are curious, Tatiana, it'd be nice if you could share some of the vision behind it, and how have you been taking it forward? What are the innovative teaching methods that you have been using?
Hello, everyone from Heritage International School. Yes, Meenakshi, you are right. I'm the Global Learning Coordinator at our school, and also starting this September, the Hybrid Learning Coordinator. Well, I can say that the global projects have been affected, of course, by the pandemic. Because, we have global partners from different countries and schools, and the situation in this pandemic has for each country, despite the fact that we have many struggles similar. If we speak about Moldova, I think our ministry managed to quickly move us all online in the spring when the lockdown was announced. So had a crucial role as a partner for the ministry, because we invited the minister to come over and see how we teach online. So our vice director was on the task force with the ministry to help create the national online safety policy. And then a teacher trainer for all the teacher trainers in Moldova on how to do lessons online. And after that, we had, as the entire world, all the educators worldwide started intensive courses and learning on how to use digital tools. So starting September, when we started teaching on the hybrid, because we all already got used to teaching online and learning online. I have now students in front of me, they can confirm. So in the autumn, from different reasons, we have still students that need to be learning from home. Either they have a member of the family that is vulnerable to COVID, or some of them are not in the country, or many other reasons. So each classroom has 1, 2, 3 students that is learning from home. And here it appeared that we needed to teach on the hybrid. And as one of my colleagues yesterday mentioned in the staff room, when I thought that online learning is the worst, here came the hybrid learning. Of course, the teachers' attention is scattered between the students in front of them and the ones that are online. But as we have lots of projects on SDGs, we are now project, the global project, and we had in the autumn the climate action project, also on SDGs. So we decided that this year we would use less paper in our school and use more of the digital tools, thus saving the trees and making it better for our students that learn from home in order to get engaged in the lessons. So this is how we started teaching this year. And of course, all my twinning projects and other global projects have been affected from different reasons because we had situations when we had partners who couldn't join the video conferences with their students as planned, or some of the activities had to change according to the needs we had. But still, we managed to carry on all of these projects, and our students get an exposure to the global community regularly. At the moment, my students need to make some presentations for the Goals project so that we go live next week to communicate with the entire globe. So having the role that you have mentioned, Meenakshi, the Global Learning Coordinator, especially that I am teaching in an international school, I think especially in the 21st century, it is essential for students to get in contact and to learn together with the world about the world. It's the only way that they can see their learning connected to real life, and this is how they succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you displayed a whole lot of fortitude in continuing with your endeavors despite the numbers being affected and the means. That's really heartening to know and inspirational for all of us here. And thank you, Tatiana, for all the sharing. May I now turn to Professor Lin? Oh, sorry, I broke the order. So
yeah, okay, sure. Thank you. Hi,
So-
everyone. I'm Chi Xian Lin. As you may know, I'm in Taiwan right now. I'm grateful. It's my honor to be here. I would like to thank you for all your invitation, especially DLDAV Model School. I think the school is my partner. I have been working with the school for several years, and they are very good, very nice. And yeah, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. I noticed most of the panelists here today are either principal or head teacher of the school, but I'm a professor in university in Taiwan. But I work intensively with Ministry of Education, especially with the K-12 school around country. I mean, around Taiwan here. Yeah, that's why I'm here. My specialties, my expertise is on computer science. I design website or tool for elementary school or K-12 school in Taiwan here. As you may know, we are very focused on technology. And I heard a lot of our panelists mention about pandemic. But we are lucky. Pandemic is a headline, the news of headline every day here. But we are very kind of lucky, as I mentioned. We don't feel it inside, but we just saw the news around the world. Probably you already heard. We have very limited that kind of infected number of pandemic or the virus. So pandemic don't have that kind of impact, very highly impact on our school right now. We are more focused on artificial intelligence. So we have a kind of new curriculum reform right now in Taiwan. But the influence is not by the pandemic, it's by the artificial intelligence. We believe, probably you already heard the term about education 4.0 or school of the future. I believe pandemic will have an impact to our school, but I believe also the artificial intelligence probably will be more significant to our future school. So our curriculum will focus on two tracks. One is about we're moving from learner center or teacher center to learner center. So most of the school right now, we instead of just only focus on subject content knowledge, we are trying to A lot of panelists probably already mentioned about soft skill, such as collaboration or that kind of collaborative learning, that kind of skill, or communication skill, or creativity, that kind of competence. Yeah, like we are focused on this kind of soft skill. And the other track is about globalization. We are very eager. We are kind of very aggressive to connect, try to bring all our school connect with the technology to the world. That's why I'm here today. I hope in the future that we have that kind of opportunity to work all together. I forgot who mentioned that about we work together at the school, just at school, not every school, at whole school, all over the world. We could work just at a school. So I'm looking forward to work with all of you over here. Okay, actually, I just briefly introduce what we are doing right now in Taiwan. If we have more time, I would like to talk more about what we are doing here. Thank you.
Professor Lin, I just have
yeah.
one question. You know, research has shown that too much of immersion, excessive immersion in digital media affects cognitive development of children.
Yeah.
So what are your views on whether digital media should become a seamless part of formal schooling, or should it remain a competitor to the old institution?
Okay, that kind of research is kind of there are a lot of confounding variable involved, and I believe we have that kind of well plan about our instruction, our learning. I think the technology or computer will help the student or our school move up to a next level. That's my idea. Yeah. About your mention. Yeah. Your
Yes.
topic, your question. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lin. We will come back to you with more questions.
Sure. Okay.
Malini, would you like to take on the next, or may I continue?
No, please continue, Meenakshi. We've got some audience questions as well. So the moment you finish, we'll request our audience principals to come in with some questions.
Sure. So I'll address my next question to Ms. Olga. She joins us from Russia. And while Olga, I pretty much have limited idea about your areas of expertise, I would like you to, or request you to please share your experiences, your insights with reference to the pre-COVID and the current scenario, and how you think it is going to affect or what are the radical changes that you think school education must take forward arising out of this pandemic?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. Of course, the members of NPSC schools work in collaboration with various government organizations and contribute in policy making, teaching, learning practices, reforms in education, and initiate innovative practices in scholastic and scholastic areas. I'm happy to be with you. Really, just to begin with, I'm an ordinary teacher from Russia. I'm a teacher of of English and German. And now I am in a working class. Well, it's a usual day for me. And I should say that this COVID-19 pandemic chose us to be one more step better, wiser, and emotionally ready for everything, I think. It's like wartime, really, because a lot of circumstances with negative, not so positive, well, just the reality which occurred last spring was unpredictable in all spheres of life. And just to talk about education is not so correct, because all spheres of our life was just, in some cases, ruined, really. We should just have some new points of view on some, just spheres of life. And as for my country, as for my school, personally, me, it was, so unpredictable, but I should say that it was not some sort of unhappiness. We know that we are all here. We are United Nations. The government, just took a lot of steps just to correct the situation in the country in a whole. And at first, of course, this lockdown for 1 week, it was only 1 week in our country. and the difficulties were the next when we were 2 months on digital education. I quite agree with all panelists that the problem is the lack of devices. Sometimes we had poor internet. Of course, not so deep technology, knowledge in technologies, and everything was done just in time. And I think we were lucky just to continue working with our students. But as for me, as a teacher of English, of course, I thought about the success of my students during the exam session. And here, of course, I should find some, perfect and, leading just sources. And of course, I had a lot of talks with my partners from different countries. And I have had some survey about this pandemic, and my students will just tell that what were their problems. Of course, some of them tell the lack of computers, if there are 2 kids in the family or more, or maybe just some parents were just working during this period distantly too. Sometimes there were problems with the internet connection. Mostly they told about lack of communication. It was the worst that they had during this period. Of course, time management was just one of the purpose, and of course self-motivation. And as for me, I asked teachers, and of course I tried just to remind myself what was bad for me during this period. And of course it was lack of time, overloading with work, a lot of negative information from mass media about COVID situation around the world. Time management was crucial at first. Negative emotion and self-burning, of course, lack of motivation. Everything was just happened during this period. And of course, we should have some help from each other, from parents, from just our authorities. What helped me in this period, of course, I remember about my projects, international projects, which I had before this pandemic period. I continue working with them, and I would like just to tell about them maybe a little bit later. But as for all panelists told about, I quite agree with them. Yeah, hard times. But I think we are overcoming. Yeah.
That's nice. Thank you so much, Olga. I think the fact that you mentioned that work just continued and the work-life balance was the most impacted, I think that's something that we all absolutely understand, because the working hours never ceased and we continued working. So, Elisa, before I go to Elisa, let me compliment Professor Lin. Professor Lin, Taiwan is a shining example of how the pandemic was controlled. So the WHO mentioned Taiwan, and I must, compliment you, because the fact that when we asked that question about pandemic, I think you were the leaders showing us the way as to how to handle the pandemic. I think my compliments to your country for that. So, Elisa, may I please come to you? We talked about teachers and how they rallied and they managed to get the children together, the parents together. Do tell me if all the teachers were skilled enough to handle this technology the way we wanted to. So did you find any challenges there as an entire school body? Was everybody together in this? Or did we need to help extend support to some teachers who didn't really take to technology so well? So would you like to share something about that?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, can I start off by saying thank you very much for inviting me. What a privilege it's been to listen to my colleagues from around the world in dealing with this collective trauma. And I think it's fascinating to see what we've shared and you know, and how we've dealt with it. It's interesting that you've gone from Dr. Lim congratulating him for his country and how they've dealt with the pandemic to me in the UK, where we haven't dealt with it very well at all, and we're probably one of the worst countries in the world to have dealt with it. We're currently at 120,000 dead, which is not very good considering our population. So we've got one extreme to the other, and sadly because of that, we lockdown has been something that we've had to deal with since last March. In fact, we're still on lockdown, and we went into lockdown from March last year, 2020, up till the summer holidays, up till September, where the children weren't in school at all, and they were having to do asynchronous learning or hybrid learning. And then also we went back to school from September to December, but of course the way we tried to deal with the pandemic in the education system was by having children in bubbles. So if they anybody tested positive within that bubble, then that whole group would get sent home. So by the time we got to Christmas, we only had 2-year groups in school and the rest were at home. So we had to then juggle teaching face-to-face in school and also providing the online learning. And then in December, because our numbers went up again, and what we call our R rate, our reinfection rate, increased exponentially, we then had to go into lockdown. So we haven't been in the classroom since the middle of December, and we're not now going back until the 8th of March, when the government's decided that maybe it's going to be safe for us to go back into the classroom. With regards to the challenges that's posed, it's interesting, we're talking about the balance, aren't we, between being proactive and reactive. I think we had 2 weeks last March, in March 2020, to be proactive, 2 weeks where we realised that it was going to impact on us, and what we were going to do, how we were going to deal with it as an education system and as a school. But I think a lot of our preparation was accidental preparation, and we were very lucky in the sense that as a school we'd spent the previous 2 years, and I say it was luck, it wasn't judgment, it was luck. We'd spent the previous 2 years providing all of our students with iPads. So every student had an iPad, and we were very much moving towards you know, technology and using technology in the classrooms. So therefore, that accidental preparation really did help us move seamlessly, really, into, when we did go into lockdown, into providing a good education for our children. Although it had its challenges, we're in a school from outside of Cambridge. It's a mixed comprehensive school. We've got 1,100 students. And it's a government school, it's not a private school, so therefore we have children from lots of backgrounds. So therefore our poorer children, our most vulnerable children, they have taken the biggest hit during this pandemic, right down from not having enough food. It's incredible, isn't it, that in one of the richest nations in the world we've got children who, because they weren't at school, weren't eating. They didn't have food. So as a school, we've provided food for them. Luckily, everyone had the technology, but then as one of the other panelists said, Wi-Fi is a problem. You know, not every family, if a family is struggling to put food on the table, they can't necessarily then afford the best internet connections and things like that. So that also became a barrier for the children. The children who came from the most advantaged backgrounds, they've dealt with it well, although their mental health has suffered. And as another panelist said, you know, it's that isolation, they're tired, they're spending a lot of time sitting in front of a computer, and they're not having that social and cultural capital that children desperately need. You asked about the challenges. I've done what politicians do, haven't I, where I've gone around before I actually answer the question. But challenges, I started teaching 29 years ago, and when I went into the classroom, I had a blackboard and chalk. And I think for us older teachers, the biggest learning curve, the steepest learning curve has been actually producing online lessons. So we've been teaching like this. I would never have imagined when I started teaching that, that I would be in an international conference with my colleagues around the world on my laptop. I mean, that's an incredible, it's been a steep learning curve for me. And I think for many of the older teachers, that has been the challenge. Is we've recorded lessons, we've made videos of lessons, we've taught live and things like that. So the children have had timetables and they've had their ordinary lessons, but it's been through a laptop or through their iPad. The younger teachers have been fine with it. You know, they're very good with the technology and they're used to using the technology. But I think we're luckily in our education system, we do have a younger workforce. So therefore, the technology has been very useful and has not provided so much of a challenge for most of the teachers as it has for me. But we've got there, and you know, I think we've helped the children through that. But our biggest concern is the welfare of the children, their mental well-being and their pastoral care, and particularly the vulnerable children, and the gaps that there is going to be in the learning, those learning gaps. Sorry, I've got a dog who's decided to bark. He's been quiet the whole time. So yeah, I think I've answered your question. But yeah, if you've got any other questions, please ask.
That's wonderful. I think it couldn't have been elucidated much better than this. You know, I think you covered the entire landscape of what we've gone through this entire year. We had promised to go back to our 5 speakers earlier, but I was looking at some questions. The question that comes to any one of you, you could take that question. It says hybrid learning is here to stay. So how are you looking at the classrooms in the future now? So how do you think it's going to pan out for your schools? Any one of you could take that question, and then we'll say thank you to you, because the other panelists on the other side are waiting to come back and meet us.
I can take this question, of course.
Please do. You
I don't
must.
think after the 2021 pandemic, I don't think the traditional classroom will move back to the way it was before, because now all teachers using the digital tools in the classroom. It would be a pity not to make use of these tools. And of course, we are teaching the 21st century. We need to prepare them for the 21st century. And we just need to use these tools wisely in order. I don't think teaching on the hybrid is easy, or it is what we want on a daily basis, but it saves us at the moment, and it might do so also in the future.
Wonderful. Meenakshi, would you like to take a question with them?
Certainly. I wanted to ask Elisa, what kind of, were there any changes brought about to the assessment methodologies that you adopt because of the pandemic? Because that happens to be one of the biggest areas of challenges for most schools, in addition to, of course, the teaching and learning.
Yes, I think from the standardized testing that the government expects all children to do, we have had problems with that. And we had we turned last year to rather than the children sitting exams, the teachers predicted their grades, and it was based on teacher assessment, knowing the children. The government then put through what we call an algorithm to try and standardize the grades that the teachers had put forward, and that created huge inconsistencies and unfairness. So then we went back to the teacher grades, and the children then got issued a second set of grades which were originally what the teachers had said that they would get if they sat the exam. And this year we're going to do the same thing, because of course we're still in lockdown in the UK, so our exam groups haven't had proper teaching, so therefore the teachers are now putting forward a grade, and the government is not going to use the algorithm. They're going to trust the teachers' predictions of what the children would get if they sat the official exams. So yeah, that's how we're dealing with it as a country. Did you mean as a country or as a school in particular?
Both ways. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi everyone here. Do we still have time? I would like to respond to our panel about the future of school. Although
very briefly, Dr. Lin, because we're slightly running out of time. We'd love to hear you.
Okay.
We'll do it briefly.
Otherwise, I would like to mention about curriculum. I think curriculum is very important. We need to reform our curriculum. And in terms of curriculum reform, there is a kind of methodology or instructional strategy named project-based learning. Have you heard about that? I think this methodology are quite popular right now in Taiwan here. So if you are interested, I would like to work with all of you about a project-based learning curriculum.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
I think that's a beautiful invitation, and we would accept it wholeheartedly. Thank you so much. Let me thank all of you for joining us, and your host school for inviting you on our behalf. It was a great experience listening to all of you. So thank you so much. And let's, Meenakshi, run to the other side of the panel. The 5 panelists are waiting for us. We need to propose a quick vote of thanks to them, because I think we are getting ready for the valedictory very, very soon. It's 3:30. Strangely, how time has flown. I think this was one of the longest sessions that we had planned for, since we had 9 speakers from different countries. But I think we should have organized it for 2 hours. Don't you agree, Meenakshi?
Yes, of course.
Welcome back. Welcome back, and we're welcoming you back to say thank you. Meenakshi, would you do the honors, please?
Yes, on behalf of the NPSC, on behalf of our chairperson and all of us here, all the partner schools, I'd like to thank all the partner schools from the world over for having taken out this time and joining us irrespective of time zones. And we hope that we can take these partnerships way into the future and continue building upon education. God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you, and namaste from all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us. And we loved having you over. And a very big thank you to all your host school for introducing you to us. Thank you, and we hope to work closely together. And maybe we can even meet some of you in the real conference the next year. So our open invitation to you to join us in the real conference. And if not, we will meet again virtually next year.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Meenakshi.
We would like to thank all our panelists from all over the world who joined us for such an invigorating session, sharing such fresh new ideas and perspectives about school education. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence with the valedictory session of this phenomenal maiden annual virtual conference of the NPSC with a melodious medley performed by the students of Springdale School, Pusa Road, Lotus Valley International School, Noida, Salvan Public School, Gurugram, and Bal Bharti Public School, Noida.
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने कही जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे पर
you. After that melodious presentation, let me now request Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, to accord a formal welcome to all our valedictory speakers, please. Malini ma'am.
Very good afternoon once again. And what a engaging afternoon it has been. While we wait for all our guests to join in, let me just take you through the various sessions that we had yesterday. We started with the first session on multiculturalism, and we moved on to talk about AI. Not far was the third session, which talked about the engagement, the social emotional quotient that we need to engage our children in. We moved to the fourth session, which was on equity and cohesion. Schools of the Future was the next engaging session. And I'm sure you recall all the speakers who took you through these beautiful sessions. Today we started with the sixth session, which was on bridging the gap. From there, we moved to open pathways and the session on transforming teaching with Professor David. The last session, the ninth session, of course, was moving from reactive to proactive, where we had 9 international partner schools with us. So I'm going to just do a quick check on to see whether all our esteemed guests have joined us and then begin the formal welcome. Forum, could you please confirm if all our guests are there with us? We were waiting for the chairman CBSE, Manoj Ahuja ji, and wonderful. So I think we have all our esteemed guests with us. A very warm welcome to all our special guests and our dignitaries who've spared their valuable time to be with us. The 2 days of enriching conversations that we've had with 2,500 attendees at this conference is a first of its kind. Every year we've been having an annual conference. This is the 48th annual conference. But the very first one in the virtual medium. It's been a great learning, a lot of new things that we picked up on the way. But I think the conference has been a culmination of all of that. A special welcome to our chief guest, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS Chairman, CBSE. Sir, the year 2020 has been an unprecedented one for the education sector. When you took over the most difficult portfolio of the CBSE chairperson, I think you took over this chairmanship at the most challenging time. Past 2 days, our deliberations on reading the past and writing the future of school education, we reflected on the year that's gone by and how our roles have changed for the future. So I'm sure today when you address us, the wonderful message that you would give us would be carried forth and implemented by all of us. A hearty welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji, Vice Chairperson, University Grants Commission, for his benign presence. So your keen interest in the proceedings of this conference has been heartening, and you joined so early and you were a part of all these sessions. I think that is a message for all of us to know how deeply engaged you are with school education. A very hearty welcome to Mr. Vishal Talreja, a co-founder and executive director of Dream a Dream. He's been adjudged the top 100 innovators in life skills in the world, and we look forward to your keynote address. And the theme of the valedictory session is Novum Iter, moving forward together. So as we carry on with the proceedings, I'm sure Manoj ji would be with us soon. And Monica, I hand over the proceedings to you again to invite the Joint Secretary, Asha Prabhakar, to take us through what happened in the past 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through the conference. The end of a story is the new beginning for many others. By reading the past and pondering over the future of school education over the past 2 days, we have earnestly tried to rethink and reshape the landscape of education. So let's review this remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable event with an overview of the conference. Let me invite Ms. Asha Prabhakar, Joint Secretary NPSC and Principal, Bal Bharti School, Noida, to present an overview of the conference, please.
Namaskar. The 48th Virtual Annual Conference with the theme Reading the Past and Writing the Future of School Educators is reaffirmation of NPSC's steadfast commitment to the cause of education. This year, we had 20 renowned international speakers from various fields with myriad experiences addressing issues of equity and quality, engaging and empowering mind towards preparing ethical 21st century citizen and problem solvers. It is indeed a great privilege to be presenting an overview of the 2-day annual conference. The conference opened with the welcome address by Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC and Principal Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi. She extended a warm welcome to the erudite scholar, Honorable Lieutenant Governor Sri Anil Bejal, and Mr. Eric Falt, Director and UNESCO representative to India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, who was also the keynote speaker for the inaugural session. Mr. Eric Falt applauded the National Education Policy 2020 for harnessing available technologies, due to which online education will become an integral component of school education. He hailed the crucial role played by the teachers in contemplating conventions to conceptualize the future and stated that the teachers are backbone of education and their capacity enhancement is a must. The chief guest, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Sri Anil Bejal, spoke with great conviction about how online education has changed the definition of education permanently. Its continuance in normal times could ensure better educational outcomes, transcending social divides. Ms. Sudha Acharya, Secretary NPSC, presented the annual report where she shared the virtual webinar and new initiatives taken up by NPSC during the pandemic year 2020-21. The summing up of the inaugural session saw the conferring of Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. S.L. Jain, ex-principal, Mahavir Senior Model School and former chairperson NPSC for his immense contribution to education, humanitarian efforts, creative endeavors, and other accomplishments. Ladies and gentlemen, I present before you the gist of 9 sessions. The session 1, with its theme, Multiculturalism for Fostering Global Partnership, saw the distinguished panelists emphasize that the world needs multicultural, multilingual global citizens. With the understanding of what multicultural education is and why is it important, teachers and parents will need to perform partnership that allow children the opportunity to develop academically and emotionally. Moderating this session, Mrs. Amita Mullah Watal, Principal Springdale School, said, schools will have to respond in a variety of ways to address cultural diversity in education. The session concluded on a note that multicultural education should be introduced in the curriculum, which focuses on culturally different societies and should provide opportunities to individuals from diverse backgrounds to learn, live, and work together in harmony. Session 2, named Deciphering New Algorithms, Harnessing AI and Augmented Reality for Blended and Digital Learning, highlighted that digital and technological landscape is constantly changing. The future belongs to critical thinkers and collaborators who can imagine, design, and execute. The panelists during the conference talked about future as an attitude, as a vision, what will come with what we anticipate and what we desire, shaping our actions and our planning. Mr. Navtesh Bal, Executive Director, Public Sector, Microsoft India, suggested that imagining and understanding the future can be comprehended as a kind of literacy, and in fact, something that we need to ensure is equitably available. The digitalization of educational institutions and learning ecosystems, continuous learning for employability and professional career growth, the student housing and fintech in education are some of the white spaces where the next edtech unicorn can emerge from India in the next decade. Session 3 dealt with strengthening metacognitive competencies for enhancing teacher education. Professor Kristi Lonka from University of Helsinki, Finland stated that professional development is a lifelong effort and education is a shared commitment. She shared the Finnish system where the teaching profession is made attractive by providing improved resources to build a sustainable future. Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, endorsed the importance of metacognitive learning and stimulations should be taken effectively by introducing theater, yoga, mathematical memory games, carpentry, and other such activities. Taking inspiration from Mr. Arvind Gupta, graduate from IIT Kanpur, an innovative toy inventor, and Ranjit Singh Disale, a teacher from Maharashtra, he spoke about the need to improvise and transform education at the grassroots level. He also endorsed the importance of teacher certification programs is the need of the hour for delivering higher technical education. Session 4, Equity through Social Cohesion, Supporting Emotional and Cognitive Learning, enlightened the audience about the need to integrate social and emotional skills during the transaction of academic content in the classroom. Ms. Nandini Chatterjee, Specialist Science of Learning, UNESCO, spoke that while learning, the students must be taken through an emotional sojourn so that neurological connections are made, leading to metacognition in early years. Dr. Martin Bloomfield motivated the educators to look beyond disabilities and recognize that diversity and individuality among the learners must be celebrated. He urged the audience to maximize student participation and engagement and minimize exclusion in order to embrace inclusion. Dr. Swati Popat-Watts, President Poddar Education Network, in her opening remarks said that the concept of providing the children with choices and the liberty to choose is definitely going to enable the learners to acquire the much desired thinking skills and the change of educators' mindset from instilling how to learn rather than what to learn. Session 5 was about the schools of the future. Ms. Valerie Hannon, Director, Education Founder, and Board Director of Innovation Unit UK and Global Education Leader Partnership, captivated the audience by her sharp and fresh perspectives on schools of the future. She opined that the education system should review and upgrade the range of skills to be imparted to the students. To achieve the transformation, she urged the educators to redesign schools and discuss the new school design principles. She cautioned the school leaders that the schools of the future should not be allowed to become junk house of powerful technologies. Ms. Kathy Kirby, Executive Director of Global Education Leader Partnership, GELP, with her multi-ethnic experience, spoke of the high-performing education systems in the world. In order to make the students globally competent, she brought to the notice of audience the importance of national and international assessment programs used for monitoring and evaluating the quality of student learning outcomes. Session 6, Closing the Gap Evidence-Based Learning at the Foundation Level, Professor Vinita Kaul, Professor Emeritus Ambedkar University of Delhi, spoke about holistic and meaningful education at the elementary level and urged the teachers to introduce play and discovery-based education. She also emphasized that a formal classroom education during the preschool years negatively impacts the cognitive readiness of the learners, and therefore foundational concepts can be taught by a playway method to facilitate learning for life, not just limited to the school level. Ms. Rashmi Mishra, the founder of the Vidya Foundation, a grassroots NGO focused on the betterment of the underprivileged in the society. She conveyed so lucidly that the core of education is to educate, empower, and transform, along with making learning a joyful experience for the children coming from the lower strata of the society. She called these children diamonds in the dust who just need polishing in order to shine. She strongly felt that the learning gap could be bridged with love, mentorship, and focus on developing core humanitarian values. Session 7, Open Pathways, Cognitive Flexibility for Personalized and Lifelong Learning. It introduced us to the concept of VUCA world, drawing on the Herman brain dominance instrument and theory of whole brain teaching. Professor Raj Nehru, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Haryana, briefed that different tasks require different mental processes in the brain. Different people prefer different kind of thinking, and based on these thinking functions, people in corporate sector are picked up for various skill set of jobs. Dr. Arvinder J. Singh, Director, ACWB, Ashoka University, emphasized that on emotional robustness and mental well-being of all stakeholders, that students, parents, and school to work hand in hand for better choices. Believing that neurons that wire together, fire together, young learners should be provided with the flexibility, encouraging them to think differently and choose the paths of their own interest. Session 8, Transforming Teaching, Inspiring Learning, saw Dr. David Ng, Dean Academic Quality, Associated Professor, Policy and Leadership, National Institution of Education, Singapore. He defined a successful education system which is able to develop students who are future ready. They should be able to thrive in a changing society and environment, taking on future life, and have the inclination to continue to learn beyond graduation. The educators in Singapore make it a priority to develop creative, innovative, and critical thinking skills in young learners so that they deal with the uncertainty and ambiguity, a prerequisite to life skills. He further said, we believe in fostering inquisitiveness, which can lead to ideation, thus bringing about superior prototype. The concluding session 9 dealt with moving from reactive to proactive, adapting to the new world. A panel discussion was facilitated among 10 partner schools of NPSC from across the world. Our international school partners came face to face thanks to the technology and shared their experiences, especially on transition from physical to virtual schools and the social emotional impact of the lockdown on children. A few international educators also exchanged the new initiatives taken by the schools in the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to an end of this two-day conference, we believe that as members of the NPSC body, we have gathered here to envision our future, a shared responsibility. One of the things I heard across the 9 sessions that I think is vital for all our future work is that we are at a moment where education should not be responding to future changes, but should be driving and causing these future changes. For that, we need more discussions about values, purposes, and principles for setting the future of school education. I would like to conclude with the inspiring words of great Urdu poet Mirza Ghalib. परिंदों को नहीं दी जाती तालीम उड़ानों की, परिंदों को नहीं दी जाती तालीम उड़ानों की, वो तो खुद तय करते हैं मंजिल आसमानों की. रखता है जो हौसला आसमान को छूने का, उसको नहीं पता होता परवाह गिर जाने का. On this note, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for presenting that all-inclusive overview of this two-day Global Education Festival. This conference has brought into focus the need to completely reimagine education, which can help students learn how to learn. We hope that the takeaways from the wonderful sessions will help shape future education by building on the past lessons of policies, programs, and practices. Dear audience, we are delighted to have among us Mr. Vishal Talreja, co-founder and executive director, Dream a Dream. Dream a Dream is a charitable trust empowering children and young people from vulnerable backgrounds to overcome adversity and flourish in the 21st century. So without further ado, let me request Mr. Vishal Talreja for the valedictory address, please.
Thank you, Monica. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Malini Narayanan, Dr. Sudha Acharya, Dr. Amita Vattal for inviting me. I have had a chance to attend a couple of sessions today, and of course heard this amazing summary that Ms. Asha Prabhakar just did. So thank you again. It's an honor to be here with all of you. As I was listening to the sessions, there were four realities that I kind of gleaned through what I was listening into. One, of course, I think a lot of panelists and speakers have spoken about the fast pace of change in the world and how the future is becoming increasingly complex and uncertain. Well, it's no longer the future. The present has increasingly become complex and uncertain for our children and young people. The pandemic has shown that. The kind of workspaces young people today are going to enter in 10 years are going to change drastically. The kind of world they're going to inhabit is going to change drastically. And we're beginning to see that already. A lens that some of the panelists spoke about is the lens of the impact of adverse childhood experiences on children's ability to achieve developmental milestones and growth. Increasingly with climate crisis, with the pandemic, children's mental health is being impacted. The pandemic has actually shown the inequities that have already existed in the education system and further brought it to the forefront. A child today growing up in, say, environments of anxiety and environments of uncertainty in the early years could have an adverse impact on their ability to achieve cognitive and non-cognitive developmental milestones and their ability to engage with learning. The third reality that's coming up is the rising systemic inequities and structural barriers that are preventing our children and young people from thriving. We're increasingly seeing polarization happening, the rise of fake news. We are entering a post-truth world. Differences based on caste and class and gender are showing up a lot more severely now around us, and the impact that is having on children and young people in the way they're engaging with the world and responding to the world. And finally, I think an important piece for us to consider is how are we showing up as educators, as school systems, as decision makers in a moment of this kind of radical shift. The pandemic has been, while a great opportunity for us to take a pause, relook at what has already not been working in the education system. The pandemic has also created tremendous panic. In many panels across the year, I've heard about the learning loss that children have experienced. And my response to that always has been that the last year of school closures has possibly been the biggest life lesson that children have experienced. And how are we helping our children and young people make sense of that, create meaning out of this life lesson that they've got, and how that's going to shape their identities, their values, their beliefs, and their character. And are we really using this as an opportunity to help our young people create new meaning about what is the purpose of learning, education, and life itself? And in that context, an important question to ask is, how are we showing up? How are we as teachers, educators, school leaders, as policymakers showing up in helping young people build fresher, newer narratives? Are we going to respond to our young people from a space of panic? And when schools reopen, try to create that panic by trying to finish an outdated syllabus and prepare children for an examination that is not relevant for the way the world is shaping up? Or are we going to invest in being trauma responsive? Are we going to help our children invest in their own well-being, understand what happened to them and the world around them in the last 1 year, recognize what meaning they could create for it, and help them reconnect with themselves as individuals, and help them reconnect with their peers, with their families, with the larger society, and the planet itself? I think in our approach to create an education system focused on examinations, rote memorization, our children have lost connection to the planet. Our children have lost connection to each other. And this pandemic has given us an opportunity for that pause, for us to reimagine what could be the purpose of education in a changing world. What could be the purpose of education in a world with increased polarization, fake news, misinformation? What could be the purpose of education at a time when there's so much uncertainty and anxiety around in the world? And my offer to you is that, could we really take some radical changes? Could we imagine a set of what-if statements that are creative, bold, that can really push our thinking into what role can school play, what role can education systems play in this changing scenario? Could we move away from the role of education being just preparing our children for job markets which are extractive, to moving into a role where young people grow to learn how to thrive? Could we question what is the role that education plays in preparing our children for a life of abundance and not a life of panic and anxiety? Could we move into a space of what if assessments were designed not to rank children, but they're designed to help children understand who they are and the journeys they want to make? For me, this invitation that I'm offering is a starting point for a thoughtful provocation about the role that each one of us can play in an evolving world. We all recognize that education is the space where we ground our children, where we shape our children. Do we take on that responsibility, one, as individuals, and look at some of our own internal biases and stereotypes and prejudices that are preventing us from reimagining and repurposing our role in education? Could we look at our role as a school system? Could it move from a system that is focused on syllabus delivery, curriculum delivery, to a system that's looking at holistic development of each and every child and not leaving any child behind? And at a larger level, when I look at something like an NPSC, it's a thought leadership platform. And how is MPSC, through this network of amazing education leaders and influencers, shaping the thinking of education, not just in India, but across the globe for our children, so that every child can thrive? My vision is that we are all committed to our children, and we're all committed to preparing our children for a complex, uncertain future. And for that, we need to reimagine our role and reimagine our role in the lives of young people, so that every child can learn to thrive as individuals, and through their thriving, help their families, society, and the larger planet to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your intellectual perspective on outlining the need of flexibility and adaptation in the field of modern education. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored and privileged to welcome Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji, Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, New Delhi. He has so kindly consented to be the guest of honor for the valedictory session today. So now let us listen to the scholarly views of our guest of honor.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, I wish to congratulate the entire team of organizers of 48th National Progressive Schools Conference. I especially thank Chairperson NPSC Principal Malini Narayanan and Principal Amita Mullah Vatal, who has compiled haiku collection with Principal Rachana Pant to be released today after some time. I'm thankful to them for kind invitation and an opportunity to participate in this valedictory function. Chief guest Manoj Ahuja, Vishal Talreja, who just gave brilliant, dreamy, philosophically rich address. Asha Prabhakar, who gave very succinct overview of the proceedings, and Meenakshi Kushwaha, who will come later during the vote of thanks, and Monika Singh, who is comparing efficiently all this program as Master of Ceremony, and all the members of NPSC. A very good evening to all of you. I understand that NPSC has member schools affiliated to the CBSE and is known for its collaborative work in teaching, learning practices, policy making, scholastic initiatives, and reforms in education. I must admit that my experience is more in higher education. When Aminraji invited me, I was hesitant, because I have really not worked in this environment of schools. But my admiration is much more in school education. And I feel that a job of a school teacher is much more challenging, many times poorly understood, less rewarded, and under-recognized. So I am here primarily to pay my respect to all of you school teachers. With very progressive motto, quality, commitment, and excellence in education, this year conference theme is focused on reading the past and writing the future. What an imaginative expression, I am particularly delighted to see that NPSC has active collaborations with several countries and United Nations agencies, including UNESCO. I'm amazed actually to see galaxy of over several eminent speakers from India, as well as over 20 different countries abroad. A very wide range of subjects have been covered that are in 2 days power-packed intellectual treat. I witnessed a few sessions and I really thoroughly enjoyed the depth and the richness, as well as the interactions were very, very meaningful. And I learned quite a lot during last few hours. I wish to recognize distinguished academicians from host schools from India and their counterparts, schools coming from Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Taiwan, Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, Russia, Poland, Moldova, Italy, Germany, United Kingdom, Denmark, Finland. I don't know, it's so long list. Must congratulate all of you. This is not easy, certainly not easy. This is indeed very innovative idea to create international network and collaboration. The theme of this valedictory session is moving forward together. Taking inspiration from New Education Policy 2020, we should attempt to redefine the vision, purpose, goals, and means that are expected outcomes of education, which are aligned to our history, our culture, our aspirations, especially aspirations of the students, young students, and outline these strategies to be adopted to meet our national needs and the global good. The vision and its actualization need to be realigned to the purpose of education from KG to PhD. Our primary focus should be on higher order of cognitive capabilities as rightly mentioned in the National Education Policy 2020. The principles of access, equity, employability, quality have been central to India's education policy. In my view, we need more attention to what students learn and how they learn. We need to clearly articulate the goals of education from primary, secondary, higher education, undergraduate, graduate, or doctoral programs in a seamless manner. Because what we get in our system is product of what you produce, in your system. According to NEP 2020, education must develop cognitive capabilities, foundational capabilities of literacy, numeracy, and higher order cognitive capabilities such as critical thinking, problem solving, and also social, ethical, and emotional capabilities and their dispositions. It also recommends certain means we should adopt to achieve these goals. The pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, enjoyable. Enlightenment and empowerment also needs to be considered as important goals of education because enlightenment can help to create thinking, sensitive citizens, which are necessary for the society, and empowerment, many times, it provides means to educated individual to earn living for an individual, which is also important. Central to this enterprise is a clear understanding of what we expect of educated global citizens, regardless of their specializations, career paths, and professions. The ancient aphorism depicted in UGC logo, we call it as Gyan Vigyan Vimuktaye. This means education is that which liberates. This is as true today as it was before. The new India needs new education, evoking respect of people, culture, environment on the lines of Nai Talim and Bunyadi Shiksha of Mahatma Gandhi for holistic, moral, and sustainable development to meet SDG goals, cause of humanity as well as global good. Finally, I must mention that the energetic, imaginative, and committed NPSC team reminded me of Sarvapalli Radhakrishna's quote that teaching is not a profession, it's a mission. And I salute all the missionaries of NPSC and thank you all. Wish you all safe, healthy, peaceful life and challenging pandemic times will sail through. May God bless us. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for your knowledgeable insights and putting on record your detailed observations about the annual conference. Thank you. Dear audience, we are proud to accord a warm and hearty welcome to Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS, Chairman CBSE, who has graciously joined us as the chief guest of the valedictory session now. NPSC releases its annual publication at the annual conference every year. In its year of virtual engagement, NPSC has brought forth an innovative, stylized compendium of haiku poems. This masterpiece has been conceptualized by Dr. Amita Mullavatal under the leadership of Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, and Ms. Rachna Pant, Member Editorial Board. With vast contributions from over 50 NPSC schools from across the country, each page of this exotic compendium sensitively resonates with beauty, evocation, and layers of emotions of the teaching fraternity. The aesthetic oriental illustrations by Mr. Nishit Jain, along with the technical support by Ms. Nidhi Tiwari from Springdale School, Pusa Road, have added spectacular juxtaposition with the essence of the poems. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's have a look at this artistic delight entitled The Haiku Collection. I would humbly request our chief guest, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS Chairman, Central Board of Secondary Education, to please do the honors of releasing the book along with Dr. Amita Mullavatal, Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road, New Delhi, and Ms. Rachna Pant, Principal Ramjas School, Arkepuram, who have so thoughtfully compiled this beautiful collection. I would also request Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, and members of the Executive Committee NPSC to please join us for the release. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now present a video of the e-version of the haiku collection. Beautiful. I'm just waiting to lay my hands on this masterpiece. Well, let me request our chief guest, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS, Chairman, Central Board of Secondary Education, to please address the August gathering now.
Thank you. Chairman and Executive Committee members of the National Progressive Schools Conference. Guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, Mr. Vishal Talreja from Dream a Dream, other distinguished educationalists from India and abroad. At the onset, let me thank NPSC for inviting me to this wonderful two-day conference they've had, and also for selecting topics and themes which are very topical and relevant for today's education. CBSE as a board has attained recognition and credibility in the country and abroad. And I think to a very large extent, this is because of the community it has, the educationalists, the teachers and the principals, the schools, especially from associations like the NPSC, which actually is in the forefront of education movement, trying to bring about reforms and trying to improve things as we go along. I was listening to Mr. Vishal Talreja, and he spoke very eloquently, evocatively about the current situation in the education sector. And I quite agree with him. I think this year has been especially important in the sense we've faced a pandemic which has forced us to, rethink. It has taken away what was normal for us, what was going on. Since it acted as a great disruptor, it has forced us to rethink and recalibrate our bearings. And it's provided us both opportunities. It was a threat in itself, but it has provided us opportunities by forcing us to rethink. The second is we've had the benefit of having the national education policy after a long period of 35 years. It provides a framework or a roadmap as to where do we have to go. Taking from what other speakers were speaking about education, I think it's very important to understand that education by itself and the importance it has in terms of society, in terms of generations which will grow up and lead the future. We need to seize these opportunities. For example, a lot of, and I must congratulate and compliment the school teachers who have responded so well to the disruption which was there because of COVID. I've seen teachers working so hard, principals sitting with them, trying to adjust to the best ways we could give schooling, shifting to the digital mode, making their lessons plan accordingly, preparing for their classes, and ensuring that the learning apps are used. We've also seen that technology has also enabled people to reach across to each other. And therefore, for example, in training, etc., where we were restricted to, let's say, interacting with 50 or 100 people, now it has enabled us to interact with multitudinous people. It has just increased or has a multiplier effect and impact. And at the same time, bringing about quality resources to everybody. And I think one lesson which comes out that digital content or technology is here to stay. Even now, we face that people who were empowered with digital means stood in a better position than those who were deprived, and therefore it is inequitous. But over a period of time, I guess once these issues are addressed, technology can play a very big role in education, especially for the people who are left behind and deprived. The quality of education, good quality speakers will be brought in very close contact with people right now who have no access to this, students who have no access to this, budding teachers in remote villages who have no access to this. And I'm sure with their entrepreneurial spirit and the drive which students would have in these areas, providing them with good resources would be transformational change. this says that the national education policy also, it's talking about, I think, bringing back education, if you look at it in very simplistic terms, to bring it back to something what it was before the, let's say, the industrial revolution started, and it became a mode, and human resources were treated as, human beings were treated as another resource. So it's more or less, it became like a mode of production of products. So we put in inputs like what kind of education you wanted in students, so that they could be good factory people and produce what society wanted, or work in a manner you wanted, which was very different from the education people had earlier. It was experiential, it was interrelated and interdisciplinary. It was not kind of restricted to a small, closed, confined place. It didn't have that kind of a routine or a discipline, and therefore it had a lot of features what the national education policy talks about. So in my mind, I think it's not something we are moving ahead to. It's something we are rethinking and doing away the things in our educational system which are not necessary and are not necessary now, especially when we think about the 21st century skills and the kind of human beings or the kind of students we expect. And child has a natural curiosity, allowing him an environment where he can express it, learn, and in a manner which is stress-free and joyful is so important. And today we have the means and the understanding and the knowledge to take this step. It's very difficult to bring about large-scale changes in big systems, especially like the educational systems. One thing is related to the other, and the national education policy does provide us a framework where everything can move in tandem. It talks about changing from a rote learning system to a creative thinking system, and I think that's a fundamental change. So just to highlight some of the steps which the board would be taking in these direction. One, obviously, assessment plays a very big role, especially board exams. We've already mandated that every year we would increase the questions which test critical thinking and a high order thinking skills by 10% in the board exam. So by 2025, we have about 50-60% of the questions which will not be testing rote learning, rather competency-based learning or involve higher order thinking skills. So that's a significant change, and this hopefully this should also be an indicator and a nudge for schools to change their system, because board exams do play a very important role. Shifting from a pure summative assessment to a formative one, which is more holistic. The National Education Policy talks about a holistic progress report card, and CBSE is working on it. It will be piloting it in a few schools now, and hopefully in the foundational layers, and then building it up, and to the extent possible use technology which will enable teachers to use it effectively. One of the major issues we are keeping in mind while doing it is to bring about something very, very practical and simple for teachers to use. A lot of ideas don't come to fruition because of the way they are implemented. And I think that's where our association with our principals and our teachers and associations like the NPSC are very, very significant and important. All of you are practitioners, you have a lot of experience and understanding of how the issues are on the ground. And it is this understanding and expertise we rely on into coming out with, when we're talking about a holistic progress card. And I think that's something very, very significant and very important, and would ultimately help in coming out with something which works, which is easy for people to use, or students to use, or teachers to use, and worthwhile, and also effective and beneficial. The other thing in terms of assessment is the grade 3, 5, and 8 competency assessment. We're already working on it, and again, we'll pilot it. Hopefully, it will help the schools to get feedback on students' competencies in these stages. And so these reforms will be coming out, and some of you are already partners with it, and you'll be seeing the products as they come out, and partner us, CBSE, as we roll it out further. For the board exam, it's very important for us to get a global recognition for our certificate exams in class 12th and 10th, which means that these exams have to be standardized, professional evaluation, professional preparing of items, linking it up with competencies, and standardization. And transparency in how these papers are set and what the results are. so that it gets global recognition. And we are thinking in the direction that universities abroad should recognize the CBSE certificate, not for a normative one, but as a standard exam, which is able to test the competencies it sets out to do. That's a challenge, but we again working on it, setting up a digital assessment unit and other ecosystem, again working with a lot of schools to bring about. The area of pedagogy, I think CBSE schools have done exceptionally well. I think all partners in continuous and comprehensive evaluation, and when we talk about pedagogical classroom pedagogy, a large number of schools are already doing it. The National Education Policy talks about exemplar schools, and I think a lot of CBSE schools can play that role of an exemplar school, which has already implemented a number of aspects which are there in the National Education Policy, so that it helps other schools learn from them. We have the hubs of learning concept, but I think that is it, what we will do. Another big role which we envisage is familiarizing teachers and interacting with them in a two-way process, so that everybody has a shared understanding and can contribute to all these changes. And I think technology provides a huge platform for that, and that's another: teachers training, compulsory professional development for teachers, pedagogical leadership, a number of good training programs on experiential learning, on competency-based education have been developed by CBSEs in the form of books also, and they've got very good response. So these are just some of the aspects which I thought I'll just highlight today. But I wanted to thank all of you. I think through your medium, everybody who's participating here, for the wonderful role you have played during this time of COVID and thereafter, responded so well to the challenges, and we are trying our best along with you to bring the situation back to normalcy. Schools are opening up around the country, even though there's been a slight surge in one or two states of COVID cases, but hopefully together we'll be able to tackle it and ensure that our children do not lose on learning, do not have long-term effects in terms of learning. And second, come out with confident young people who are able to contribute meaningfully and live their life in a good, healthy manner, which is as good citizens, and in a way which is which doesn't have issues such as mental anxiety, problems such as mental anxiety, or issues such as that. What I meant is a healthy, balanced, and a fulfilled kind of a life, so that wherever they are like positive energy in their surroundings and help other also to put out their best. So that is the role, or what we envisage for our students, and definitely with our combined efforts we would be taking steps in that direction and achieving what we are setting out to do. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm sure the deliberations would have been very, very useful. Once we are done with it, please do share it with us so we can work on some of the important recommendations or ideas which might have emerged in this workshop. So thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and encouraging remarks and shedding light on the path ahead for schools. I would now request Ms. Meenakshi Kushwa, Treasurer NPSC and Principal, Birla Vidya Niketan, New Delhi, to kindly propose a vote of thanks, please.
Ye yatha yatra man sahayatam krita, tan sarvan prakatayami कृतज्ञता. जिसने जहां जिस रूप से हमारी सहायता की, उन सबके प्रति कृतज्ञता प्रकट करते हैं. Namaskar. This beautiful shloka is dedicated to an august and erudite community of educationists and visionaries who have joined us from all parts of the world, an intellectual powerhouse for whom nothing is more important than the creation of young, dynamic individuals capable of reimagining and reinventing the world. With deep gratitude, I accept this privilege to extend a vote of thanks to our esteemed guests in this truly global edition of the 48th NPSC conference. On behalf of all the members of NPSC, I extend a heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Manoj Ahuja, IS and Chairman of the Central Board of Secondary Education for his continual guidance and support. Sir, you and your team have worked industriously round the clock to bring sufficient, significant, and much needed reforms in the education system. Your vision and the leadership have been a great inspiration for all of us. I also take this opportunity to thank our special guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, for motivating us with his kind words. A big thank goes to the young and dynamic architect of the future, Mr. Vishal Talreja, co-founder and executive director of Dream a Dream, for reminding us through his inspirational words and example that the best education is incomplete if it is not inclusive. We express our gratitude to all the honorary members, life members, and the former chairpersons of NPSC for their support, motivation, and guidance at every step. In the year 2020, educators all over the world have been hailed as heroes. A huge and well-deserved applause to the teaching community worldwide, and of course, the online platforms for working hand in hand despite all odds to make education in the year 2020 possible, accessible, exciting, and joyful. The 48th online annual conference of NPSC has been a fascinating experience in more ways than one. In keeping with the theme, reading the past and writing the future of school education, it has been a unique attempt to bring together great ideas for educational opportunities from all over the world. And I sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers for sharing their vision and efforts to provide the best quality education so as to enable us to grow and move forward together. There have been 10 sessions in all, each one more gripping and thought-provoking than the other. I would like to thank all the moderators for defining the contours of the sessions and connecting the dots for us. For the success of panel discussion with schools outside India, the competent teams of NPSC worked painstakingly in communication and coordination with their partner schools outside India. A special thanks to Dr. Anju Tandon, Principal, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, for widening this intellectual canvas of the conference. The conference has been a delightful virtual experience. On behalf of all the members, I would like to thank the creative technical support from the teams of Mrs. Asha Prabhakar, Principal, Bal Bharti School, Noida, and mine from Birla Vidya Niketan for the virtual exhibition and the structural harmony of the event. Another unique feature of the conference was the haiku competition for teachers, which drew an overwhelming response and culminated in the annual NPSC publication, a collection of haiku poems. Special thanks to Dr. Amita Mullavatal, Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road, Mrs. Rachna Pant, Principal, Ramjas School, Mrs. Malini Narayan, Principal, Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, for giving teachers an opportunity to satisfy their creative urge. Many schools, I'm sure, including mine, have already included a haiku competition in the school calendar for the coming year. We thank Dr. Sudha Acharya, Principal, ITL Public School, for the annual report, which made us realize that this year was packed full with more than the usual share of bustle, which is not surprising. The announcement of the Lifetime Achievement Award is a moment everyone looks forward to, and I thank the entire eminent committee comprising Shri S.K. Bhattacharya, Bal Bharti Public School, Ms. Sadhna Bhalla, Principal, Meera Model School, and Mrs. Malini Narayan for the perfect organization and management of this event. Likewise, the choir for the inaugural and the valedictory session is a much awaited part of the conference. A huge thanks to Mrs. Aditi Mishra, Principal, DPS Gurgaon, for setting a new benchmark with the passing year. The NPSC UN Calendar 2021 is a masterpiece. And again, I thank the creative duo of Mrs. Aditi Mishra and Mrs. Sharmila Raheja, Principal Uttam School for Girls, along with their teams for this. A very special thanks to Mrs. Malini Narayanan and Ms. Monica Singh from Army Public School Shankar Vihar with the logistics and organization of this conference. It's my honor to thank the member principals of NPSC and the teacher delegates who took out valuable time out of their busy schedules and graced the event with their presence. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
I'll just unmute myself. Thank you, Manoj Ahuja ji, for being with us this afternoon. We started the event a little early at 3:30 and understood that you had some commitments. But thank you all the same for joining us. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you. Namaskar, and till we meet you again in person, sir. Thank you.
Let me apologize for the delay. I'm sorry. I mean, I was caught up with something else.
No, I'm sure.
Thank you for inviting me so much. And
thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, dear delegates, and all the attendees for logging in and for enjoying such rich sessions. I hope you all had some wonderful takeaways which you can implement in your teaching and in your classrooms. Thank you for joining us, and till we meet again for the next conference, all the best to everyone. Stay healthy, stay happy. Thank you.